going to be inside. Direkt olarak kendi adını yazabilirse çok
everyone. As you know, today it's International Volunteers Day. This means it's our day, and I would like to welcome you here. We are so happy to be here all together, and thank you very much for being with us today. I would like to thank both our viewers and participants and our colleagues in the Secretary, Burak and Gizem. Thank you very much. So today we will organize this event with UV and Jen and hosted by the National Volunteering Committee, and we will discuss the contributions of stakeholders to nature environment, and we will have great sessions. As you know, volunteerism is something intrinsic, and it is possible through taking responsibilities, and we can work together for a better future. And today we are coming together for the volunteering theme. I would like to thank once again everyone who contributes, both viewers on the screen and dear valuable participants. You can use the hashtag I'm volunteer, I'm aware. You can support us on social media, and you can spread the good to everyone. As the National Volunteering Committee, the Secretary team, we are with you, and I am representing the Social Foundation, and we also have Gizem from the Private Sector Association and from the Turkey Education Volunteers Association. Mr. Burak is here. I do not want to prolong my words because I know that you're excited for the panels. I would like to leave the word to Burak. Thank you, Sibet. I would like to say welcome to everyone. Thank you very much for being with us today. I would like to celebrate International Volunteering Day. And let me talk a little bit about the National Volunteering Committee. It has been operating since May 2013. And during the activities, it focuses on spreading and disseminating as well as supporting volunteering. It acts as an advisory committee. It has 42 members, and it continues its activities with all of the members. Of course, it does not act collectively with all the 42 members. We have sub-working groups in the National Volunteering Committee. We have legislation subcommittee, and we also have activities in order to provide courses at university on volunteerism. And within this scope, we provide updates about volunteering to students. We also have a document in order to legislate volunteering and volunteerism courses at universities. So that's good news. Actually, we will receive the legislation to have a volunteering course to universities. Gizem, I would like to leave the word to you once again. Thank you very much. Thank you, Burak. Dear Burak and Gizem, they are from the Secretary of National Volunteering Committee. They are my dear friends. As UNV and GIZ, we have been contributing to the preparation of this event. We are so happy and proud to host this day because on the 5th of December, International Volunteering Day is not only given importance in Turkey. Actually, it must be a collective act, and that's why, even to some extent, it's a day where we can reward our volunteers and we can reflect their good practices. We find these activities quite valuable. And today, our event will take 2 hours. We will have 4 main panels during the course of the event, and the first one, as Burak mentioned just a while ago, is Volunteerism, the Next Class. This is the title of the panel. We will have the sub-working groups of the International Volunteering Committee, and we will hear about the works of the subgroup to ensure that the class of volunteerism is accepted at universities. And the second panel is We Are Here Against Natural Disasters. We have very valuable activists and non-governmental organizations representatives, and especially for 2021, we have come across certain challenges because of the pandemic, and online volunteerism has become quite popular. But together with the disasters in Turkey and all over the world, we see that volunteerism has been gaining new dimensions. And we will talk about these new dimensions and the impacts on society and individuals. We will also talk about our changing responsibilities. The third session is from today to tomorrow. We have 3 valuable representatives The first one is a social individual volunteer, and Hülya Denizalp will be with us, and she will talk about the development of volunteerism in terms of civil society. And again, we have another representative from the private sector, Nursel Ölmez Ateş, and she will talk about volunteerism in the private sector and its changing reflections in new generations. We will hear how volunteerism is shaped in current times, and from today to tomorrow this will be the main topic. And the last panel is titled as Volunteerism Across the World. As it has already been mentioned, the International Volunteering Committee has been conducting activities for such a long time, and EBV in Germany, a similar organization in Germany, will be a focus of our team in the panel as well. Of course, in addition to these four panels, Dear Magma and Boğaziçi Jazz Masses from Boğaziçi Jazz Choir, we have Masses, and we will have other volunteerism adventures to share with you. During the course of the broadcasts, we will have simultaneous interpretation for foreign language panels, and Dear Ercüment Tanrıverdi provided us support, and we would like to thank them for their contribution. I prolonged my words, and let me wrap up. Please follow the broadcast on social media accounts from UGK Turkey, and you can also use our website to follow the broadcast. We are so happy to be with you here today, and we are especially working together to actualize this event, and I would like to celebrate the whole team's National Volunteering Day, International Volunteering Day. Now I would like to leave the word to Nil Memişoğlu from UNDP Turkey, and together with the opening speech by Nil, we will start the program. And thank you all, and I celebrate your International Volunteers Day. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I would like to thank the Secretary of the National Volunteering Committee. Herkese hoş geldiniz demek istiyorum. Ulusal Gönül.
We're celebrating International Volunteer Day to promote volunteering, encourage governments to support volunteer efforts, and recognize volunteer contributions to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. And this day is a gift to us by United Nations General Assembly to recognize and support the spirit of volunteerism. And this year's theme is Volunteer Now for Better Futures. Every year, I also want to say that we are witnessing the growing interest to volunteerism and associated activities on this day, in close collaboration with UN volunteers and local stakeholders. Among the partners, I'm pleased to highlight that together with National Volunteering Committee, we're co-leading this event. And with this, of course, a big support from German International Cooperation, GIZ. And now I'm pleased to welcome the Turkey Director, GIZ Turkey Director, Rubina Esmail. Welcome, Rubina.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for inviting me to this very special day today. It's a pleasure to be here for me.
Yes, it's a pleasure to have this event, organize this event together with GIZ. We're having a great collaboration with GIZ since 2019. And hopefully during the wrap-up session today with Thilo Moller, we will be going into the deep of that collaboration.
Absolutely.
And now we have a very short time, so I want to give the stage to you very quickly. And when we look to the mandate of GIZ in Turkey, Rubina, we know that volunteering is only one part of your mandate, your role in Turkey, but an important one. So from this perspective, could you please tell us very briefly GIZ's role in creating an enabling environment for volunteerism?
Yes. Thank you very much. Yes, I'd love to talk about volunteerism. But before I go into GIZ, let me just say a few things about how important actually volunteerism is in a society.
Thank you. Yes.
There are three things that are really important in a society for its peace and well-being. And one says it's good governance, it's social capital, and it's trust in a society. And believe it or not, that's why this volunteering day is so important. Two of these elements that I just mentioned, would not be possible. That means social capital and trust wouldn't be possible if we didn't have all these volunteers who are watching us today. So a special thanks to the volunteers that are watching, that you have given a part of your life, to volunteering in your society. Sometimes we forget how important we are for the society. So please keep on with your good work. So Neil, what does GIZ do in the area of volunteerism? I always say that there are three areas in which GIZ likes to focus its work on. That is working with governmental institutions. We work with civil society, and NGOs are part of that. And we make sure that we also work with the private sector. Mm-hmm. So these are the three pillars which Germany says are important to make sure that a society functions well. In the area of volunteerism, GIZ, since more than 30 years, has been working on this topic, especially in the area of good governance and youth support. So we have developed a lot of training material on these issues that are important, to be a good volunteer. What we also do is we try to bring volunteers and governmental services together so that they hand in hand can work in their neighborhoods, in their communities, to make sure that the services that are available, for example, you just mentioned, catastrophes, that are becoming more and more, are relying on volunteers. In Germany, for example, a lot of the free firefighters, in small communities, they're all volunteers, Or, for example, the services that you give in old age residences, Or, for example, also parenting. There's so many areas in which it's important to have volunteers. So we support that very strongly. Mm-hmm. And of course, we'll also like to give small grants to small NGOs, to youth organizations, to youth centers, so they can do small neighborhood projects. So this is in general what GIZ is trying to do in many, many countries in which we work. Coming to Turkey, we have especially two projects that are very, very much focused on volunteerism. As you know, GIZ is working in Turkey to support the Turkish government and the Turkish society in its response to the refugees who have come from Syria, but also from many other countries. So here, for example, in one of our projects, we are strongly looking at youth volunteerism as a way to social cohesion. Here we do training courses for Syrians and for young Turkish people together so that they can go back to their communities and do social cohesion together there. For example, in the area of transforming conflicts, but also bringing young people together to enjoy life together and to build a common future and to have a common understanding. But we also feel volunteerism is an area where young people especially can learn new skills. We call them these 21st century skills. So these are all the skills that you need to know also to be a good parent, to be a good employee, to be a good employer, to be able to live in society very well. And that's why volunteerism is so important, because it's also learning to live together with other people. Furthermore, we are very strongly committed to working with the Ministry of Youth and Sports, who are very much engaged in Turkey, like yourself, the UNV or other NGOs working on volunteerism, or the International Voluntaries Committee, I think you're called. So with them, we're trying to see what can we do to strengthen volunteerism in Turkey, be it through small grants, be it through training courses. Another project that I would like to mention, and I just saw that the education sector is so important for you, and I'm especially proud to say that preschool teachers are very engaged in volunteering their time to help parents be good parents in the future. So young children need a lot of support to be able to become part of society. And so it's very nice to see that preschool teachers in Turkey are involved with parents, teaching them good parenthood. So these are the main areas in which we are working in Turkey.
Yes. Yeah, definitely. I think it is a very good brief. Thank you so much, Rubina. And I especially know your specialization on youth and volunteerism also from your background. So I'm looking forward to have one-to-one discussions with you on volunteerism and in general the aspects of that in Turkey. Thank you so much again.
My pleasure. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you very much, Rubina. And
thank you for inviting me.
And now, before giving the stage to the next speakers, the National Volunteering Committee also shared that, but I would just want to highlight, I wish to share my heartfelt appreciations to Ercüment Tanrıverdi, Nisan Medya Eğitim ve Tercüme Hizmetleri Ticaret Limited Şirketi for providing the sign language voluntarily. Thank you. And now I would like to give the stage to UN Turkey Officer in Charge, Mr. Alvaro Rodriguez. Under his leadership, volunteerism has become more and more visible in UN's work in Turkey. Thank you so much, Mr. Rodriguez. And also our dearest international UN volunteer, Sana Davari. The stage is yours. Thank you. Sana, you are muted. Sana, you are muted.
I'm so sorry. Thank you, dear Neil. Hello, everyone. I would like to welcome everyone to the International Volunteers Day celebration in Turkey. My name is Sana Davari. I'm from Afghanistan. Currently, I'm working with UNV office in Turkey as an international UN volunteer, a girl who have been given the opportunity to benefit from this and be able to dream big at life. It is my utmost privilege to welcome United Nations Turkey Officer in Charge, Mr. Alvaro Rodriguez. Thank you so much for being with us.
Pleasure.
Happy International Volunteers Day, Mr. Rodriguez. I'd like to hear your on volunteerism and also your volunteers in achieving the SDGs. I understand these are broad questions, but we would like to request you to have in 5 minutes, please. Thank you.
Okay, now thank you very much, Sana Jan, and dear colleagues and dear volunteers. It's a real pleasure to be with you today. It is my privilege and pleasure to welcome you to the International Volunteers Day IVD celebrations for 2021, which is co-hosted by the National Volunteer Committee, UN volunteers, of course, and generously supported by GIZ, and we just heard from them earlier on. IVD is an international observance that was mandated by the UN General Assembly way back in 1985. And every year, under the leadership of UN Volunteers Program, on the 5th of December, we celebrate the International Volunteer Day to promote volunteering, encourage governments to support volunteer efforts, and recognize volunteer contributions to the Sustainable Development Goals, which is really a framework for UN development cooperation and for governments between 2016 and 2030, so very important for us. Celebrating the millions of volunteers from around the world, this year's event encourages us to volunteer now for our common future. And this is particularly important because, of course, we support national development priorities, but as we know from all of the challenges that the planet faces, we actually a very small planet, and we must work together towards our common future. I have a statistic here that's very impressive, is that according to UN volunteers, every 7th person in the world has volunteered this year, which is over 1 billion people. So you can imagine it's really an extraordinary level of effort and commitment by so many people. And while we cannot always measure their contributions, some of them are really, really noteworthy. We know this year, for example, here in Turkey, volunteers were very, very active in the front lines to support the fires and to try and address the fires and the victims of the fires that took place in many provinces around the country. And in a report that I read, we had doctors, veterinarians, cooks, logistics managers, many housewives, and many teachers that continue to this day to work in around 160 sites. So it's really very impressive. And of course, volunteers not only help in times of immediate need, but raise awareness and champion change that are needed for tomorrow. So it's an issue of bringing insights and comparative experience and even solutions to communities that otherwise wouldn't be able to reach, for example, the Sustainable Development Goals. Incidentally, the role, of course, as you've highlighted, of volunteers on the SDGs is fundamental because the SDGs or Sustainable Development Goals belong to everyone. They're not the SDGs of the UN, they're not the SDGs of government or even of the UNV program. They belong to all of us as members of families, of the workforce, of communities generally. So in a sense, this highlights how important volunteering is. For the generations of tomorrow, of course, we must take responsibility for the changes that we can make now. And that is, again, a key message that UNV is trying to put forward on this day, and of course, every day around the year. And there's a wonderful quote from the UN Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, that puts it this way: as we gradually recover from the pandemic, volunteers will have a key role to play in acceleration to a green, inclusive, and just economy. And of course, that is what we want for Turkey, but we want it for, of course, every country, every society around the world. Today's recognition of volunteers takes place also at a very important time. It's amid the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence. And I've been drinking my water from an orange cup to highlight the fact that we do have a terrible challenge around the world in terms of violence against women. And we're in the middle of this because the day for the elimination of violence against women is the 25th of November. It runs for 16 days, the days of activism, and ends with Human Rights Day on the 10th of December. So it's very nice that, that the International Volunteer Day is placed right in the middle of the 16 days, and again draws attention to the role that volunteers play in supporting very often victims of violence, which in so many cases really is women. On today's International Volunteers Day, I want to especially applaud all volunteers and volunteer organizations in Turkey who dedicate their time, skills, and effort to this effort. So let me end simply by highlighting that it's such a pleasure to be with you this year because we're also celebrating the 50th anniversary of the UNV program that Neil Memisoglu leads here in Turkey. So it's a great anniversary, and I wish you every success moving ahead. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Alvaro. Thank you so much for being with us today and for all these years. As an international UNV, I fully acknowledge that in order to achieve 2013 agenda, we need this spirit of volunteerism in every aspect of our daily lives. And thank you so much for being with us.
It's been a real pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you for your ownership and leadership in mainstreaming the concept of volunteerism within UN operations in Turkey and being here with us. Now we will hear UNV Executive Coordinator, Mr. Toili Kurbanov, 1 minute IVD video, and then we will continue our event with our respective panels. Thank you.
Every seventh person in the world has volunteered this year. It's a special year for UNV. If you're one of the seven, thank you. For 5 decades, thank you for providing daily solutions to communities, for people to be part for making societies stronger and more inclusive. There were more than for sacrificing comforts for common good, 158 countries, and helping to shape a better world for the future. Day, each of you is an inspiring story of commitment. All volunteers worldwide. 2021, and to everyone else I say, is a special year for UNV. Today, for we turn 50 tomorrow. For 5 decades, UNV promoted volunteering for people to be part of development. This year alone, there were more than 10,000 UN volunteers in 158 countries. On International Volunteer Day, I salute each UN volunteer and all volunteers worldwide. Every seventh person in the world, everyone else has volunteered this year. Volunteer today for a better future. If you're one of the seven, thank you. Thank you for providing daily solutions to communities, for making societies stronger.
Hello, I cannot hear the sound, so I think there's no problem. We can start, Mr. Mert. Can you hear me all? Okay, thank you. Hello from Izmir, first of all, and I would like to congratulate your Volunteers Days, and we had very nice celebrations in Izmir as well, and it's such a hopeful thing that we're discussing about volunteerism, and our next session is about being volunteerism, and so it is in line with the 11th development plan. It's in line with the development plan, and the first one is the participation of the universities to participate the volunteerism and the voluntary programs, and together with the Ministry of Support and also with the other corporations we have signed and mutual of understanding, and now from now on this is included in the curriculum of the university students as well. And before that, we used to have universities who had already volunteerism in their curriculum. Bilgi and Yaşar University was them, were among them. And so right now, we have other universities, and after the call we made about the volunteerism, we created a workshop, and I would like to share the results of that workshop with you. Before we proceed with the questions, I just want to announce the name of the universities from that working group. Abdullah Gül University, Health Sağlık Bilimleri University, İzmir Kavram Yüksekokulu, Bilgi University, İstanbul University, Beykoz Yüksek Meslek Okulu, Hacı Bayram Veli University, and those are the high schools and universities, and we would like to thank them for being the part of the working group. Right now we have representatives from 4 different universities, and I would like to welcome you all. Leave the floor, Can Erci from Bilgi University. And the volunteerism lesson and the positive approaches, how do you think it should be, and the lessons that are given by the professors, and what kind of skills do you think they should have as the professors of the lesson of the volunteerism? We have 4 minutes, Can. The floor is yours.
Ders sırasında arkadaşlarımızın günlük çalışmalarına katılmasını da bekliyoruz. Aynı zamanda benzer bir tarihte yine bölümümüz bünyesinde STK ve Sosyal Sorumluluk Yönetimi adlı yüksek lisans programı var. Bunun içerisinde gönüllülük ve gönüllü yönetimi adlı bir dersi yürütmeye çalışıyoruz. Farklı yöntemleri birlikte kullandığımız bir çalışma oldu.
Öğrencilerle online çevrim içi ortamlarda buluşmalar gerçekleştiriyoruz. Burada gönüllülük nedir, sosyal sorumluluk nedir, kavramlar nelerdir, bunlarla ilgili sosyal girişimcilikle ilgili tartışmalar yapıyoruz. Ardından onları sivil toplum örgütlerinin yaptığı projelerle buluşturduğumuz bir takım buluşmalar organize ediyoruz.
Burada en önemli olan şey akranlar arasında bir arada bir şey yapmayı öğrenebilmeleri. Dolayısıyla biz üniversitede yaptığımız eğitimde kendilerinin proje yapmalarını çok önemsiyoruz. Burada da kulüpler çok önemli bir noktada yer tutuyorlar. Bir ikincisi biraz önce sözünü ettiğim hem yüksek lisanstaki gönüllülerle işbirliği dersimiz hem de gönüllü çalışmaları lisansta yaptığımız tüm öğrencilere açık olan dersimiz detaylı izlencesi burada yer alıyor. Amacımız bu dersin ilk başında 4-5 hafta teorik ders yapıyoruz. Bunu ilk defa bu sömestr denedik. Bunları kayıt almak, videolar olarak yine bu siteye koymak, isteyen diğer tüm üniversitelerin isterlerse buradaki akademisyenlerin ki çoğu bu sözünü ettiğim kitabın yazarıdırlar. Bu videolardan arzu ederlerse yararlanmalarını sağlamak ve bunu böyle bir gelişme açarak birbirimizin deneyimini paylaşacağımız, birbirimizin yaptığı dersleri de böyle bir araya getirebileceğimiz bir şey haline getirmek. UGK Sekreteryası'na bilgi verdikleri takdirde uzun dönemde bir üniversite ağı gönüllülük çalışmaları üzerinden kurma hedefimizi yerine getirebiliriz. Ben hepinize çok teşekkür ediyorum. Sürece bağlı kaldığınız için UGK Sekreteryası'na teşekkür ediyorum ve Dünya Gönüllüler Günü'nüz
16 seconds later, our
İyi
live
akşamlar
program
dilerim.
will start. So we'll start everything from the beginning then, yes. Hello again. First of all, I would like to congratulate your International Volunteers Day. We had very nice celebrations in Izmir, and today we have other celebrations here, and such a hopeful thing that we're talking about volunteerism. The 11th of the development plan is including volunteerism, and one of the objective is to include students of university and high school to voluntary programs. And so the next session today is about volunteerism, and they are working on the volunteerism in the universities and in the high school And a couple of years ago, those lessons started in some of the schools. And there are some universities, and some of them is Yaşar Bilgi University, and they are also a member of the International Volunteering Committee. In addition to that, Istanbul Bilgi University, Istanbul University, like Mr. Murat is also part of it. There are some other universities that are applying volunteerism programs. But we made a call as the National Volunteering Committee, and we created a working group with the participation of the academicians, and we have created some recommendations, and we will share those recommendations with you. And from the NGO side, we want to understand this approach, and we will be talking about the civil society perspective of the lessons of the volunteers. And before I would like to give the floor, I would like to announce the name of the university is Abdullah Gül University, Sağlık Bilimleri University, Yaşar Üniversitesi, İzmit Kavram Vocational School, and Bilgi University, Istanbul University, Beykoz Vocational School, Hacı Bayram Veli University. Those are the recent universities, and we believe that this pool will even go larger in time. And so we would like to welcome of all our speakers. You have 4 minutes each, and I would like to give the floor to John. And John has been working on the youth studies for a very long time. And how do you think the approach should be in the volunteerism, the lessons of the volunteerism, and what kind of skills do you think the professors should have? Okay, thank you for the floor, and I want to say hello to everyone, and I'm very happy to be here. We started with this working group, and we want to talk about the approach, first of all, because we accepted that this is not a lesson, but that's a study based on youth. And so it has certain values, and it needs to have certain approaches related with taking the center, the young people. And beyond the volunteerism, beyond the philanthropism, it's an approach beyond that. And so that's the reason why we need to we need to include everyone, active citizenship, participation, and also this is in the heart of the civil society, and it's the door to volunteerism. And we think that we're very lucky because now we have a chance to give the lesson of volunteerism in the universities, because it will be opening up a new door, and it's based on the rights of the people, and we believe that it's going to enhance the rights of the people. And so I just want to say something about the lessons and these kind of youth studies, and the people who are going to be giving the lessons, whether they're we can say that they're not professors, but they are facilitators. So this should be the approach we should have while deciding who should give the lessons. This is a compulsory lesson. That's a very good thing. But also, while we're trying to make that transformation, we want it to be really nice as well, because this is not an exam, but this is an experience, and the output is not A, B, or BC. This is an approach, and those are the values related with that approach. And first of all, we started with the young people, and we asked the young people, and they're hundreds way of volunteerism, and we want to come up with certain recommendations, and our friends and our colleagues will mention those recommendation decisions with their language, with their attitudes. We wanted to settle the issue, and so we wanted to support their tools of volunteerism. So let me check if I have more time. Yeah, it's going pretty well. And finally, I want to give the floor to you. But before that, I want to say something. If you want to participate, and if you have a difficulty about being vocal, and I just want to salute everyone. And I hope that these lessons will expand throughout Turkey, and it will make everything easier for the voluntary people. Thank you, John. And you used your time very efficiently and fast. And I just want to give the floor to Mr. Murat from Istanbul University. And this curriculum prepared for this lessons of volunteerism, can you talk about the recommendations of this curriculum? Hello everyone, and so I just want to talk about the content of the lesson in Turkey. Indeed, there are so many studies related with volunteerism. There are some MA programs and there are some MA programs without thesis, and it is such a valuable experience. It's a very serious accumulation of experience, and we wanted to use that opportunity. And this is practice-based practice-based in 16 weeks of practice. And so we wanted to understand the content of the lesson first of all. Of course, there are a lot of contents because volunteerism is such a vast topic and it includes many other topics inside it. And there's so many lessons, there's so many issues that we can include in that lesson, but we wanted to narrow it into certain issues and we want to get the best out of it. And for 4 weeks, and starting from the first week, we wanted to define volunteerism and the roles of the NGOs, and we want to settle the basic terminology, and this will be around that. And of course, this is the recent decision, and so all the professors, all the academicians will create their method. This is just a framework, this is just a guideline, and so we need to emphasize that. So volunteerism and NGOs, that would be the first topics of the first 4 weeks, and this is we really want it to be exciting for the participants of that lesson, and also for Turkey, for the volunteerism history in Turkey, and it will include such kind of topics in the first week. In the second week, we're going to be looking at the historical and the societal context of volunteerism, and the approaches, the actions, and we will be defining the general framework of this in Turkey, and especially active citizens and how they can be integrated with the NGOs, and we want to give a general perspective about this. This will be the second week, and the third title would be about the gainings and the results that we achieve from volunteerism, the rights and responsibilities in the third lesson, and what will be the contribution of volunteerism to the societies, to the individuals. So we don't make that kind of a distribution too much because we believe that this is such kind of a holistic structure, but we want it to be more understandable, and we want volunteerism, and we want to teach that volunteerism is really creating a lot of value, and there are some responsibilities and the rights, and we will be talking about that. And so we will be talking about the responsibility side of the volunteerism, how you become responsible and what kind of rights you have as the volunteers. For a very long time in Turkey, from the civil societies, we're discussing that issue for a very long time, but I can say that we have a chance to speak about this with the young people and inside the universities, and we want to discuss those issues further with them. And we are also, there are some other stakeholders, there are some other stakeholders, and we want to understand that interaction, and we want to define the rights of each stakeholder. And finally, in the fourth week of this lesson, while we are creating that curriculum, we discuss about that quite frequently, and we want really trigger the young people to be more active, to make more vocal, to make them more active. We wanted to create a project, and we wanted to come up with a title with that, and so improving projects, developing projects, and to apply them. This is not a very comprehensive way of doing it, but it's just giving some methods, tips, and guidelines how to do it. Because as we all know that civil initiatives are very important, and the young people, as of their university years, they can create civil initiatives, and we want to encourage them to be volunteers, and so developing project is one part of this. At the end of this 4 weeks, and we will be improving the curriculum, and after that we are trying to give them a mission to become volunteers, and I really want to congratulate everyone's International Volunteers Day. Let's continue with Ümit Yardım. Hello, first of all, I would like to congratulate your Volunteers Day. Also, it's the Women's Rights Day, and I also want to congratulate that important day. I am in the Istanbul Kurumsal University, and I really want to thank the National Volunteering Committee and my professor Kevser. And Murat talked about the theoretical part of it. And while we're talking about the curriculum, it's not only limited with the theory, because theory can bring you to a certain extent. But what we want is we want the students to experience volunteerism. As a result of their experiences, we want them to gain new skills about volunteerism. And in that regard, why we are doing this, why we want to optimize this volunteerism, and why we want to create some recommendations and guidelines for the lesson of volunteerism. Because if you want to be a good citizen, if you want to have a good family member, an individual, you have to be a volunteer. And being a volunteer, you have to have a good education. And in the education, the most important thing is the experience, the practice. So after the theoretical part of it, we want the students or the academicians as a recommendation. We are saying that they need to have a project, a practice phase for 8 hours where they have to do some practice. They can just participate one of the volunteering institutions, or they can come up with their own projects and they can make it live. And for the practice, we have been discussing it for a very long time. Before you go with the practice, first of all, you need to make pre-preparations. And the pre-preparation is they need to choose an area. And in the areas that in the field, they need to do a grouping. And if they want to continue as an individual, we want to support them for their individual projects. And after that, they need to make some due diligence and research. What are they doing? What have been done before? And what else that they can be done? And they need to look at the other NGOs. What kind of NGOs are active in these fields? And they need to make a research about this. And after that, after making a contact with those institutions, what you're doing and what else I can do, and to make this kind of an interaction, to have a mutual dialogue with these institutions. And finally, whether they want to whether they want to participate into a project or they want to come up with their own projects. After that, it will be the practice period, and there will be a midterm. And after the midterm evaluation, in the second phase, they will continue with the practice. And what do you think they should pay attention to? As the National Volunteering Committee, it's just like a recommendation decision. Of course, it can change from the institution to a student or to a university, but those are the things that they should pay attention. For instance, a volunteer is not a free workforce. And first of all, you have to give this information to the NGO. So you have to make a pre-contact with them. And after this, you can learn their limit, and you can create a data bank together with this, and what kind of responsibilities they can fulfill, and whether they're going to have a budget or not for that position. So they can negotiate and they can have a mutual understanding. And in the practice side, also they have to pay attention to one thing. So this is about an NGO, and they, in order to, so they have to have double teams, and in order to not to have any bottlenecks during the process, they need to have some teams and double teams. And so there's a mentorship process and a project writing process. So we need to have those two phases, because if they want to come up with their own project, because they have an opinion, they have an idea, but in order to realize that, they have a certain amount of information, and there they will be using their creativity, and they without we need to support them. And so it's not the structured thing, it's just a source of information. So we are recommending this project writing training. And in the lesson of volunteerism, in the practice especially, they have to pay attention to certain things. And so sometimes if you become a volunteer for one time, they're thinking that this is volunteerism. And we are saying that this is a campaign, and you should include other people. So this is not volunteerism to do one thing for one time. So we are creating such kind of platforms. Yes, just a moment. I'll just wrap it up in a minute. As also John mentioned, here in the short run, maybe you cannot have good results, but in the evaluation period, you need to have positive and you have to be motivating for the student. And when you are making the assessment, it should be a long-term efficiency that you should be expecting. And in the evaluation part, you can read it in the report part, the assessment. So if you're having a lesson, so it should be assessed in the university, but also there's this volunteerism. And so there's a part of volunteerism. It shouldn't be harmful for that process as well. And for that, we have two different evaluation we have. One of them is the midterm, and the second one is the finals. And about that also, we have different approaches. For the theoretical, for instance, they can have a classical multiple choice, or you can prepare a report. And for the final, it is related with the experiences that are gained as a result of the project that they have conducted. And you can see the details of the project in the webpage of the National Volunteering Committee. Sorry, I just excessed my time a little bit. Yes, Mr. Emmett, we can talk about this lesson for so long hours. We're in the last 5 minutes, and from the NGO side, I know that there are certain difficulties and there are some recommendations, and I would like to give the floor to Devrim Uygan for the recommendations. Hello, everyone, and it's great to be here.
Thank you very much. It's really great to be with you, Ms. Kevsar, and our teachers. Thank you very much. And I would like to celebrate everyone's World Volunteers Day. Of course, it's really great that there is such an effort for universities, and it will be conveyed as a recommendation. And of course, our teachers will also teach it, and this will relieve us at the end of the day, because our participants from universities particularly say that teachers are motivated. And together with the motivation of teachers, students are also motivated. And they also inform about rights and responsibilities of volunteers. And they inform about what a volunteer should expect. And they also see how free they can be and how flexible they can be. Sometimes there is a missing awareness, and for that reason, volunteers may not be very motivated. Some volunteers are leaving before completing the processes, or some are less dedicated because of lack of awareness. And young people are quite valuable for us because they are a serious potential, and their readiness is quite important for us, and this is only possible through encouraging by teachers. And we know that the basic application, the basic element of volunteerism communication is orientation and training. We really give importance to orientation and training. For that reason, considering that these issues are not considered at universities, we put effort so that awareness-raising activities are carried out at universities. We have always focused on volunteerism and information. And we have been doing so by strengthening the infrastructure. This has worked us perfectly. We have a long series of trainings for volunteers, and these are aiming at motivating people for volunteering. And for some, they are participating happily, but some other volunteers may get overwhelmed and leave. But we can say that the majority is taking these awareness-raising activities, and they're happy with the increasing awareness. That's why your contents will be quite interesting and appealing for volunteers or possible volunteers. As it is already mentioned, volunteerism is a journey. It is experience. And from that perspective, I would like to say that these experimental methodologies that you're using will be quite useful, in my opinion. And Tegev has another perspective. I would like to share this. And Tegev has discovered this in many years. And this is actually the social skills of volunteers and emotional resistance of volunteers. We have to focus on these areas. We have to support them in building emotional resistance and skills. And this is not only for volunteers, it is also for children, because recently we have been working in the field of education and training, and we have customized the curricula, and we added social skills and resilience building, and the purpose is to make sure that volunteers take responsible decisions, and they also have social and effective communication skills. From this perspective, we also have applied courses, and we analyze challenges that volunteers come across in both the field and at schools, and we try to make sure that they are more participatory, they are more aware. In addition to that, we are also exalting social values, basic social values, and this is what we put effort to. This effort has worked very well for us. And apologies, Devrim, we have limited time. Okay, I will summarize in a sentence. For us, it's really important that all volunteers have psychological first aid, and there is a need for raising awareness about the sustainable development course and communication skills. We have to support them in these fields, and this can be possible through university courses, and we have laid the groundwork by the support of civil society. Thank you. It's great to be here. Thank you. And we have come to the end of our time. As we said from the very beginning, this lesson, this class, volunteerism practices will make sure that more young people will come to the area of volunteerism. Universities and civil society organizations will have a better and positive approach for volunteerism. With those words, I would like to end the session. I would like to thank dear participants. And in a short while, we will come together again. Now we have a short break. from UNV, and also we will have Ayşe Yapıcı from Tema Foundation. And especially we will underline the relationship of climate and disasters, and we will underline volunteer work in the field of disasters. We will start with Atlas, and then we will continue with Ayşe Yapıcı. We will hear about climate, dimension of volunteerism, and after that we will rapidly continue with Ms. Kıvılcım. And we will focus on creating a culture in this area. We will talk about climate arts and volunteerism. We will also talk about the earthquake in Elazığ and their work in Elazığ from Mert Fırat, and I will try to facilitate the panel. Now, with your permission, I would like to start to invite our guests, and we can start our panel.
Konumuz aslında afetlerde gönüllülük.
Afet platformu 23 üyeyle kuruldu. Misyonumuz açıkçası afetlerde ortaya çıkan kaybı asgariye indirmek.
Teşkilatlanan bir genç Kızılay yapılanmamız var. Kızılay Kadın Hareketimiz var. Şubeler üzerinde kurguladığımız ve tabii ki toplumun daha doğrusu bütün illerde teşkilatlanmış, şubeleşmiş bir yapısı var. Haliyle burada kontrollü, biraz organizasyon gerektiren yapılanmayla, bağıl yapılarla ilerlemesi gereken bir gönüllülük sürecimiz var.
Kamunun gönüllülerle en büyük işbirliğini yaptığı, özellikle afet konulu, afetle mücadele, afette hazırlanma konulu ana temasıyla en büyük gönüllülük yapısı diyebiliriz. Gönüllülük sistemi aslında afet yönetimi herhangi bir sürecinde rol almak isteyen gönüllülerin sisteme dahil edilmesini, yeteneklerini eğitimlerle geliştirmelerini ve hangi alanlarda görev yapacaklarını belirlenerek o alanlara yönlendirilmesini ve performanslarını izlenmesini amaçlamakta.
En büyük avantajlarımızdan birisi bizim aslında her yerde olmamız ve gençlerden oluşuyor olmamız. Yani bizim her şehirde şu anda toplum gönüllüsü gençlerin olduğu gruplarımız var.
Türk Psikologlar Derneği olarak aslında 99 depreminden beridir her afet sonrası mutlaka sahada olmaya çalışan bir derneğiz. Biz bir meslek örgütüyüz esasında. Meslek örgütünün içinde de travma birimimiz bizim her zaman aktiftir. Soma faciası sonrası müdahale ekiplerimiz, sağlık felaketleri ya da uçak kazası sonrası oluşan travmatik olayların mutlaka müdahalelerinde bizler çalışıyoruz, çalışmaya devam ediyoruz.
Hello everyone, welcome again. So we'll talk about climate and disasters and volunteerism in this panel. And dear Mert Fırat, Atlas Sarrafoğlu, Ayşe Yapıcı, Kıvılcım Kocabıyık are with us. Of course, we have a bit delayed. Mert has another schedule. That's why, with your permission, I would like to leave the first word to Mert. Mert will talk about disasters, climate, and volunteerism very rapidly, and then we will continue with Atlas, Kıvılcım, and Ayşe. Hello, I'm sorry. In fact, I was going to be the last speaker, but I can still wait, Ali Ercan, if it's okay. I don't want to miss the order. No, that's okay. It's the same with me because I also have a time problem. I would like to say hello to everyone. Thank you very much for inviting me here on this meaningful date. It is the World Volunteers Day, and at the same time, the 5th of December, it is also the Day of Women's Rights, and it's a great meaningful day. Volunteerism, of course, is a very important concept for us because the majority of our life is shaped by volunteerism, and I look at the participants here and we can share the sentence for all of us. Volunteerism covers a large space in our lives because we love volunteerism and we take active roles in many civil society organizations. For me, civil society and volunteerism is part of my life right now, and actually I want to share my own journey in this sense because as Atlas I have started to volunteer at an early age, and I guess this is the journey of doing a meaningful work, and this is about what kind of a motivation you have in the morning and what wakes you up that morning, what excites you. Volunteerism is always about your motivation, I think. And after a while, of course, this turns into a lifestyle and it covers the majority of your life, and you start to associate volunteerism with everything that you're experiencing, whatever your area of concentration is. I always refer to Atlas because we are working closely with Atlas. We observe his work as well because it's a global work, and Atlas is advocating volunteering in both Turkey and across the world. And I would like to refer to that point as well because 4 years ago we faced together. We were together in a joint project, and a lot of stakeholders, including Mina, worked together, and we had fest together. We conducted a festival together. Atlas was a speaker there, and more than 30 civil society organizations were together. We had a volunteering work, and we actualized this fest. And I think it was 1983, 13th of July, night 8, live 8. Bog Galuf was invited to the festival in 2018, and together with the developing a culture of fest, we saw that we can have fun together as volunteers, and it was a nice, beautiful day for us. We collected all trashes, we had vegan food, and we discussed climate and increasing global climate crisis a lot, and this event was quite successful. And then we had an opportunity to meet at a disaster. Unfortunately, we had an earthquake in Elazığ, province of Turkey. We have come together. And unfortunately, the earthquake itself was so devastating. Natural disasters are a part of our life, yes, but I don't say unfortunately, but because after the earthquake, we had the opportunity to come together and cooperate. And then we had another activity for Izmir earthquake. We collected over 47 million Turkish liras. And for the first time, disaster tents were not established, and people, victims of the earthquake, could have their lives continued in a different house. We had built a very good system in order to help victims of earthquake. This cooperation continued, but unfortunately, we encountered wildfires. This summer was greatly affected by negative wildfires. We all had active roles in the field this summer. And I have limited time, but I want to say that natural disasters are a fact in our lives. And we also see the consequences of climate and global warming. We see direct and indirect results. And we know that the pandemic is also a consequence of this. And also this causes poverty and starvation and migration. And we know that natural disasters have increased by 800 times in the last 20 years. And by the way, these are unbelievable numbers. Unfortunately, this may sound so easy when told, but these numbers are so high in reality. And this demonstrates that regardless of age or status or any other class, we should all take active role in volunteering based on our knowledge. We should struggle against natural disasters with volunteerism, and we should in a way contribute in alleviating the results of the world problems, I can say. And in fact, there are 169 sub-items of sustainability goals. We always refer to 17 goals, but there are 169 sub-goals, and there are even other sub-goals. So there are so many areas to struggle. If you wish, you can take any field, actually. I think this will turn into an obligation to work for achieving these goals, because what is more important than paying taxes to governments is actually to engage in volunteerism activities as Atlas at an early age. It is much more useful. That's why it's always important to take responsibility immediately. And on these meaningful days, I wish this excitement, this mission is disseminated to everyone so that we can have a better world where everyone can live peacefully. In fact, it's kind of an opportunity to have. So I would like to end my words here because I have limited time and I try to summarize in 4 minutes. Thank you very much, Matt. You have referred to volunteerism, and volunteerism is quite important, especially in the case of natural disasters. And sometimes we come across new crises, and you have referred to something critical. Volunteerism, the Latin word, is actually something about people, and it's about preferences of people. But if your preferences are damaging the environment or nature, what is the limit to that? And can governments or companies act on volunteerism? At this point, I would like to leave the word to Atlas. And Atlas will focus on their struggle against the consequences of natural disasters and how they position volunteerism. Atlas, the word is yours. Thank you very much, first of all, for your intervention. It's really great to be here. And Mert, thank you very much for your nice words as well. So firstly, I would like to introduce myself. I'm 14 years old. I'm Atlas Sarrafoğlu, and I have been working as a climate activist in the last 3 years. And I'm focusing on disasters in Turkey and across the world. And I will tell you that the reasons for these disasters is human. I will tell that from the perspective of an activist. The climate crisis has caused this great destruction, and in fact this has been triggered by using fossil fuels and exploiting the world natural disasters, as well as the increasing carbon emissions, carbon dioxide emissions. This causes the climate crisis, and these are all factors contributing to it. And in fact, there were so many disasters that we encounter in Turkey. When we say climate crisis, usually it is understood a crisis across the world, and people say this will not affect Turkey, it will cause meltdown or the icebergs in Antarctica, but the impacts will not be felt in Turkey. But that's not true, because last year we had wildfires in the Aegean region, for instance. We had forest wildfires, we had mucilage, sea pollution. Even though it's not seen on the surface, there is still mucilage at the bottom of these seas. It still continues its negative effects, and it is caused by the deep sea drainage and throwing industrial wastes to the seas. It's a disaster because of environmental pollution, and this has resulted from people's activities. It is the blame of humanity, actually, and this ecosystem is facing the threat of extinction. I'm 14 years old. When I was born, the carbon emission intensity was 330. Right now it is about 400, and the ideal is 350. And also the carbon emissions in the atmosphere has been triggering the climate crisis. That's why there is no limit to this destruction. This destruction today may have an effect anywhere in the world. I'm not a scientist, but I just listen to scientists, and I try to understand the consequences and our responsibilities, and I try to raise our voice. It's very simple. What do we need to do? We should just leave using fossil fuels in order to prevent these disasters. This is a very simple step. However, we have limited time, and the time is continuing. We have limited time. This has been announced by scientists a lot, and especially climate activists. Young climate activists have been raising their voice, but like I said, we don't have time. We should take action now. And by the way, let me talk about the climate disasters, and especially the carbon footprint is affecting small communities and impoverished countries, and this is referred to as the climate injustice. Women, children, and LGBTI individuals are the most vulnerable against these climate crises. And in regions there are certain migrants that they have to flee because of the natural disasters. And now there is a new term. They are called climate refugees or climate migrants. There is not yet a solution in the international legislation so far, and there is not any provision about these migrants, whether they will receive any compensation or not. This is still unknown, and this causes injustice, unfortunately. And there are so many movements and campaigns that I am working. For example, Sevintuolo has a campaign, and there is this island for approximately 10,000 people from sea level to the top level. 10 meters is the distance, but in a few years, because of the rising sea levels, that island is expected to go down to the sea. And it is not known where these people will go, because this country needs to move to another country completely, and at the same time they have a lot of challenges. Salty water is mixing with fresh water. They lack fresh water to drink. Their country is impoverished. They do not have their specific or local way of living. And I take part in campaigns, and we are trying to provide them with fresh water, for instance, and purified water. And I also had interviews with the activists in international climate organizations, and I tried to raise my voice to make their stories heard. And I also try to share what they do against the climate crisis, and I share them both in English and Turkish. So nobody knows the impact of the climate crisis better than them. That's why I really find their stories very valuable. In order to understand the crisis better, we have to listen to their stories, because if we really take crisis as a crisis for real, then we can start looking for a solution. And I try to disseminate these stories in different media. I have a radio myself, radio station, and my show is called The Climate Series, and we look at the climate news on a weekly basis. Like I said, sometimes we have wildfires, sometimes storms, sometimes impoverishment and poverty and wars. And the consequences of climate crisis are increasing by time if we continue to use fossil fuels and exploit the world's resources. These problems will aggravate. For that reason, we have to say stop to all of these as humanity. We have to start getting smaller rather than growing. And we should remember that we have equal rights. I have limited time. For that reason, I would like to wrap up by saying thank you very much for giving me the right to speak here. Thank you. At last, thank you very much. In this short time, you also reminded us that the world has limited time, and you also talked about your volunteering struggle, the island example, and you mentioned the radio broadcasts that you are performing. This is a young crisis. It is noticed at a later time, but at the same time, there are experienced organizations in Turkey like Tema Foundation. They are talking about erosion and struggling against desertification. They also focus on raising awareness by trainings and climate policies. Tema Foundation is well experienced, and they have this archive. Ayşe, what are you doing based on volunteerism in the context of climate and natural disasters? Thank you. Hello, everyone. Thank you very much, Ali Arjan. Thank you. So first of all, I would like to congratulate the 5th of December World International Volunteers Day. At the same time, today it is the World Soil Day, so I think it's a special occasion for the Tema Foundation as well. And as you know, Turkey is one of the countries with the biggest impact of the climate crisis, and it will get more impact in the future because it is located in the Mediterranean basin. And unfortunately, natural disasters caused by the climate change will increase. And Turkey signed the Paris Agreement, and of course it's a milestone in terms of struggling against the consequences of the climate change. However, we should take some tangible steps in order to take the real struggle and to make it more meaningful. For that reason, in terms of climate change and disasters, I think they should be tackled in a different context. And there is a need to focus on adaptation works, and this is a new problem actually, and we have a multi-layered process where there are different specialties. For that reason, decision makers must work on the environment, and civil society organizations working in the field of environment should focus on humanitarian aid and poverty and gender equality, they should come together and they should look for a solution together, which is quite important. And there is also another point that should be underlined. These are disasters and disaster action plans. In fact, it is really important that citizens have access to these action plans, because at first, when a disaster breaks out, it's really valuable to prevent chaos. And in summer, we had very big wildfires, unfortunately. We lost our lungs, and unfortunately, this did not affect only the public personnel or the volunteers. It was a social trauma in our country. And in this society, we have started to develop an eco-anxiety. And experts are saying that eco-anxiety is quite important, and actually one of the most important solutions to overcome eco-anxiety is volunteerism, according to experts. Because especially in the field of environment, individuals taking responsibility show solidarity. They feel that this solidarity spirit gets stronger, and they get away from the feeling of loneliness and hopelessness. In that sense, volunteerism is part of a solution, and it's also a great remedy for loneliness and hopelessness. It has a pivotal importance. As a society, at first, when there is disaster, there is chaos and complexity, and beyond this chaos, actually, there is a need for organization in local areas, and there is the need for cooperation and organization with the provincial representatives and volunteerism in order to alleviate the consequences of the climate crisis and natural disasters. In fact, we can prevent the consequences, we can mitigate the social trauma as well. And at this point, I would like to share what we are doing at Stemma Foundation very briefly. Of course, for a long time, we have been working on the climate change. It has been on the agenda of the foundation for such a long time. We focus on raising awareness and capacity building programs. We still continue to develop such programs. For example, Women's Leaders and Climate Ambassadors Climate was present in the past. And our representatives and volunteers participated in these programs, and they also pioneered in preparing action plans in disaster regions, and we are encouraging volunteers to take action in this regard. We are also receiving supports from local governments in terms of actualizing these plans together with the volunteers. At the same time, we also have another project which is called the Climate Network for Agriculture. We are bringing together agricultural cooperatives and organizations from different regions, and we are trying to motivate organic farming and agriculture. We provide opportunity for sharing experiences in the field of agriculture as well. At the same time, we have been conducting the nature training program in 81 provinces together with the support of the Ministry of National Education. As of 2019, we have been focusing on the climate change and education in the primary, middle, and high school. We are aiming at increasing awareness about the climate change. In 2022, we will enhance the scope of our curricula. We are accessing more children about the climate change as well. And together with the relevant civil society organizations, we are following legislations, and we also share our opinions about the legislation in the Assembly as well. So very briefly, that's how I can summarize. I would like to congratulate the World International Volunteerism Day as well. Thank you very much, Ayşe. Atlas, you talked about the climate migrants, and you talked about the climate anxiety. In fact, these are new concepts, because together with these problems, we have new challenges and new concepts. And Kıvılcım, now there is this new world, and it's important to see our culture as a home, and what kind of a culture and behavior should we develop. For that, I want to leave the word to you. Can you please tell us what you are doing about this, and what practices do you have, and can you please tell your vision to us?
Thank you, Mr. Alican, and I would like to congratulate World Volunteers Day. And as of I'm 10 years old, within the leadership of my family, I am working on this environmental issue, and I'm a volunteer in the environment, also in enforcement of women and inequality in education. So I've been highly active in such kind of fields. When we look at the volunteerism in history, we see that they are always the power of change because we are getting something in exchange of it. The climate crisis is one of the biggest, actually the most important crisis. So as the world, we are trying to change the story of our generations, and we want to create a collective study, and we want to make a transformation within the society. And in each level, we want to combat against the climate change, and it's our chance to be a pioneer. When we're talking about the climate, it seems such a huge issue. We're always asking, am I going to save the world? Yes, we can say that, yes, if you want to save the world, this is that generation, and the most important that you can do as an individual is to create an action to be in an action. So because the actions will define how we act and how we transform the world, and they're creating social norms. By means of actions, we can change some normals, and we can just accept that they're not normal anymore. And so there are certain issues that are marginalized, they're underestimated, and they can be honored in time. And so we shouldn't forget that the actions do have they are dreams with hands, with hearts, with food. And in order to create this cultural transformation, first of all, we have to consider this as a trouble to ourselves, and we have to learn about this, because as our association, Yuvam Dünya Association, we believe that this is the story of the generations, and we don't want children to face the situation, because right now we are facing many difficulties, and the climate change and the climate crisis is happening all around the world in different formats. But also, as Aisha mentioned, in our daily conversations and in our research is showing that the young people are now quite desperate about their future, and they have an anxiety problem about the future, and it is defined as not having a future. And the socioeconomic conditions of our country is also affected, but the eco-anxiety is affecting each one of us, especially for the young people. It's much more effective, and so we really need to take some actions, and we need to inject hope to one another, and we have to work in this regard. And in order for us to do that, we have to have the right communication and the right communication channels. We need to listen and understand, and we need to learn about this. Education, as Yuvam Dünya, we are talking with the Ministry of Education, and in all the schools of Turkey, we want the climate issue to be in part of the curriculum. If we can have this study in the curriculum in 2022, that would be great for everyone, because it will be completed starting from the kindergarten, the first grade, and each grade 1.5 million students will be reaching this information and will be having an awareness about the situation. So it's such a valuable thing, because the children will learn and will improve themselves, and they will adapt the situation, they will find the solutions, they will minimize the problems with their awareness, and they will be seeing the opportunities, and they will be catching the opportunities, and they can just spread the hope. And so this awareness is very important for us, because when the store is changing, everything is changing, because now within this circle, we will be using our imagination, and we will be choosing new opportunities, and we can create new futures for the young people. We're trying for that. We have so many projects. The climate crisis is happening in different levels, and in different levels and extent, and it is bringing a lot of problems in our country. We felt that in our country we had forest fires, we had floods, and so that was the experience for our country, and the situation will even go more it's going to be even more devastating in the future. And so the volunteerism in climate change is very important. As Yuvam Dünya, we want all the society to be aware of the situation, and we are using the storytelling method, and we want to extend it throughout the society to each levels of the society. It's not only with trainings and education, but we want to educate it through art and sports, and we're using different communication techniques. Sometimes in the series series, Turkish series, and we are sometimes using influencers, but we are just doing storytelling. It's not just about sharing a couple of posts, but sometimes in the songs, but sometimes with sports, and we want to talk about this. So in Beşiktaş, we have started a very big project in every match, before their football match, inside the stadium, and together with their different sports people and athletes from different branches, they're going to be conveying our messages. And also we are making the transformation. We are measuring the carbon footprint, and we want to make them carbon neutral. And we are helping their transformation. That's such an important thing, because I think this is the most important thing about touching the society. Nilkara İbrahimgil also will be bringing a new song, and we want to reach it. We want this song to reach more people, and we are just calling the parents from the mouths of the children. I am a parent as well. I got 2 children. I'm concerned about my future, but also for my children, and I felt that excited too much, especially for my children. And so I want to transform myself, and no one is perfect, and I am not, and this is very clear, but we are hopeful, and that's the reason why we have to work together, and we need to contribute to that transformation. The climate-friendly life, we're working together with Boğaziçi University, together with the Climate Research Center in Boğaziçi University, and after we prepare that guideline in all parts of university metro stations, substations, ferry stations, and we are trying to make it available for millions of people in Istanbul, and we are trying to teach them how they can combat against the climate change with small precautions. And for instance, right now the project that we have started with Beşiktaş reached more than 2 million people, and during the disasters, we without giving any place to the speculations, we are bringing our science committee together. We took very serious actions, and we made very important posting and shares, and so we want to show the right way through science, and we emphasize the importance of this, and we did it many different ways, and we reached so many people by means of that, and we want to increase our voice. And so yeah, we're going to do it all together, and thank you a lot for I am very happy that we're together in this virtual journey, and I hope that we will be an inspiration for everyone. Yeah, this is a very hopeful speech. Mert Fırat, Atlas Sarıfoğlu, Ayşe Yapıcı, and Kıvılcım Koçabıyık, we thank you a lot for your efforts, and also for your words and for your hopes. And I believe that this is an invitation for being a volunteer. And so UNDP is making a lot of events like this, and I hope that we can do another project together with UNDP again, and so we can proceed with the next panel. But I hope that this be a hope for everyone. This panel stands as a hope for everyone. Thank you. Esteemed participants, hello. Today I'm going to talk about how you can be a volunteer in United Nations, and we are contributing to Sustainable Development Goals. Sometimes we're working on climate change or protection of the peace, and some of us are working on the humanitarian aid or COVID-19 pharmacy, but we are working for a better future as the members of UNV, and as the United Nations, or there are 38 different institutions in Turkey. There are 13 United Nations institutions, and they're functional in Turkey, and United Nations Development Program, UNDP, and UNICEF, and Gender Equality and the Enforcement of Women, Women, and UNHCR, and those are among one of the institutions. And if you want to be a member in one of the institutions, you can apply from the website, and also you can contribute the Sustainable Development Goals, and you can have a unique volunteerism experience. Okay, so in order to have a better future, how you can be a part of this volunteerism project? First of all, please visit our website, and when you visit our website, you can see international and national opportunities for volunteerism. In order to get benefit from the national volunteerism approaches, you have to be a citizen. And if you want to be an international volunteer, you shouldn't be a citizen in that specific country. So you can come across with different options. As United Nations program, we have many different categories. And for each volunteerism, there are some preconditions for each of them. So shortly, I would like to give some information. So we have expert ones. So they have to be over 35 years old and they have an experience of 15 years. And they need to have a graduate from an MA degree from a university. And if you want an expert, you should be over than 27 years old and you need to have an experience of 3 years. This is the expectation. And for the youth volunteers, they're in between 18 to 26. And even without an experience, so up to 3 years of experience, they can be in this category. For the university volunteers, they are again between the ages of 18 to 26, and they can be new graduates or university students. And so likewise, we have other volunteers. And society volunteers, so they are plus 18, so they need to be contributing to the overall society by their own project. So this is a new category. So the precondition is to be over 18 years old. And so this is the only expectation. But for each program, for each voluntary category, there are some related opportunities and there are different preconditions, so you need to be prepared about this. Online voluntary, again, it's plus 18, and so you have to be over 18 years old, and so you have to be registered to UN agencies, design, social design, and interpretation, translation, so there are other kinds of volunteerism activities that you can take part. And so they also have health insurance and some online payments, and how you can apply to those opportunities. So let me talk about the application process a little bit. First of all, you have to visit our website, and so as you can see on the right corner, there is a registration button, and you have to pop into your information, and after you have a profile, you need to give your background, the school information, your experiences, and after that, within the system, you can just explore the options of volunteerism, and if you think that is appropriate for your background, and if you believe this is applicable to your life, and then you can just apply those positions. And if you are elected to the short list, the system is sending automatically an email for you, and from that point on you can be elected. And very short, you can find all the information from our website, all the information. And right now, as UNV, we have a video that's specially designed for specific this day, and I would like to present that.
UN volunteers in Europe and Central Asia are really providing a tremendous contribution to resolving the development issues of this region.
They've got activities that are purely developmental. They're also very well positioned on humanitarian response. And then finally, there's a third area of work related to innovation.
We make sure that the assistance being sent to beneficiaries in Syria are reaching the people in need there, in northwestern Syria specifically.
Some of the core principles of volunteerism for me are being driven, result-oriented, and also innovative.
Being a UN volunteer for me means taking part in a collective force and efforts which can bring lasting change. This is an inspiring, rewarding, and challenging journey for me.
Formally or informally, for a better future, I would like to congratulate all the volunteers who are working formally and informally, and I would like to thank the organizing committee. And I invite all the people to share their voluntary stories by using the hashtags. And also we have an under 16-day activism campaign for the gender-based violence, and we would now leave the floor to Boğaziçi Orchestra for the show that they prepared for us.
Kızılcıklar oldu mu, senelere doldu mu hey? Gönderdim çoraplar yağına oldu mu? Kızılcıklar oldu mu, senelere doldu mu hey? Gönderdim çoraplar yağına oldu mu? Kızılcıklar oldu mu, senelere doldu mu hey? Gönderdim çoraplar yağına oldu mu? Mendilin eline, mendil verdim eline, kara kına yollamışam elime. Mendilin eline, mendil verdim eline, kara kına yollamışam elime.
Hello again, Mrs. Hello. It's not very easy to have those kind of productions. You always include the social content in all your work, and you're transferring it in a very nice way. And you are together with us for the last 2 years in our activities and events, and we would like to thank you for this. And me too. I really thank you a lot for this. I'm very honored. I'm aware, and I'm a volunteer, and it's a great opportunity to be with this community. It is really motivating me. And it really makes me more powerful because we have such an important struggle together. Yes, so the art and volunteerism, so that unites the society. So I cannot imagine a day of Voluntary Day celebration without you, and I hope there are even more artists together with us. And this video, and so we're talking about the 16 days activism, and our representative from UN also mentioned that this event, this action, is very important because this is for the prevention of the violence against women. It's making a call, and so United Nations Women is also organizing this, and this is such an important and meaningful day. And the 5th of December, it's also the Women's Rights Day, because this is very important for most of the women, because in 1934 we have been given the right to vote and stand for election, right? And so this is such an important, by our founder Atatürk, we have been given the right to vote and stand for election. We know that we have limited time, and I just want to give you the floor. And last year you were together with İpek Naz Çınar. You had a wonderful conversation, and you talked about the details of your work. And so first of all, I would like to show the video. I really invite the people to watch this program. So I want you to make a short introduction. And so how you came to that position, and can you just give some information about your choir? Actually, that was like a student club because it was a culture in Boğaziçi University. I started to study Boğaziçi University in 2005, and I participated the jazz choir. And Jihan moved to America, and then I settled up the group with a group of people, I can say that. And 4 years. We did many first things, and I mean, we did so many unprecedented things, and we were very successful. We participated in international festivals, we won awards, and we represented Turkey. In 2011, we separated from the university, and after that, 1 month later, we participated World Championship, and we had 2 championships. And so there was a metro video and subway video, maybe from the jazz choir, you know us. And 10 years ago, we opened up a new window, I can say that. So for the first time, they started to learn about this kind of a structure. And also spontaneously in GIZ protests, we took part. And so we participated in the most prestigious festivals, and we started to represent Turkey. And in 2014, we established Boğaziçi Youth Choro and Magma community after that. And as of 2011, independently, we are continuing our journey. And right now, when we look at the situation, we have 8 different communities, and we have more than 500 members. Their ages are changing from, their ages are starting from 16 years old, and they are rooted, and they are they're also volunteers. And so I really want to say that this is the sound of cultures, and we have 5 different we have choirs all around Turkey, and we're singing in 5 different languages, and there are many amateur singers and members of the choir, and we are making a lot of studies, and we have a lot of social responsibility projects, and we're trying to create an awareness. We're telling our story, and we're trying to stand as an inspiration, and we are bringing different colors, and we can really show that many colors can come sound like one single sound, and we are a huge family. And I just want to thank everyone. Yeah, me too. I just want to salute everyone as well. I just want to talk about effort and volunteerism, because it's all about volunteerism, and always you are giving social messages, and you are a very important core. And I just want to understand how come you are so passionate. You talked about the soul of being an amateur, and you talked about the importance of the roots of that word, which is amore, coming from the Italian world. And so when we are doing choir music, we are really learning solidarity, tolerance, and we speak less and we listen more, and we understand each other more by doing so. And we are bringing differences together. We are respecting to our sensitivities and differences. We are rounding our sharp corners, and we are trying to compensate from our individual sensitivities, but also we are considering our differences not as a disadvantage but as a richness. And we are trying to enjoy the harmony this is created by bringing so many people, because we were dreaming of being peaceful and being in peace. And while we're doing the music, choir music, we are learning it, because if you start this from younger ages, you can add this value into your lives more. And if you are a member of a choir, and if you know to produce together with a group, let's try to listen it from the members of our choir, and let's try to understand their psychology behind this.
Yani kesinlikle buranın içinde olmak zaten acayip bir şey. Hani herkesin aynı şeyi hissedip aynı şekilde hareket edebilmesi.
Benim ciddi bir kronik rahatsızlığım var ve bu dönem benim için çok zor geçti. Bazen enerjim çok düştü, bazen kötü hissettim kendimi. Ama buradaki bütün insanlar bilmeden benim elimden tuttu ve beni bir şekilde devam etmeye sevk etti.
Kimsenin daha önce yaşamadığı bir süreç içinde bir rutini devam ettirmek, bir tanıdıklığın olması aslında herkesi biraz da olsa rahatlattı bence. daha böyle samimi hissettirdi. Daha böyle ya evet aslında hayat devam ediyor. Hani böyle dışarıda böyle olaylarıyla şu an kötü şeyler geçiriyoruz ama aslında bir şeyler yine devam ediyor. Hala hayatımda benim bulunduğum yerler var.
Torunumu öğretebilirim, kızımı öğretebilirim, yakınlarımı öğretebilirim, öğrencilerimi öğretebilirim. Yani gerçekten paylaşabileceğim o kadar düzgün bilgiler alıyorum ki sizden.
Ben acilde çalışıyorum ve bu hastalık bizi bitirdi artık. Yani o kadar yoruldığumu hissediyordum ki artık sadece hani yaşam ve ölüm benim için benzer şeylerde ve ben sadece işe gidip geliyordum yani ve çok yorulmuştum. Cumartesi nöbetten çıkıyorum, pazar iyi ki prova var diyorum. Elime tekrar tabanımı aldım, her gün görüyorum bir sürü gülen insan, enerjik işte fotoğraf çekelim, resim yapalım. Yani ben de tekrar gençleştiğimi hissettim. Aslında genç olduğumu hatırladım.
Çok mutluyum, hakikaten çok mutluyum. Yani hep sizi seviyorum diyesim geliyor benim.
Bak böyle yanaklar.
Mrs., can you give some information about this video? You have an award for 2021 Europe, and after that, what is the motto, the message? And so the motto is, it says that for better futures, act as of today. And so what kind of a future do you imagine? What are you planning to do for your future? Okay, this video was created in the pandemic, so we started online. And we wanted this with voluntary choir members, and we prepared some interviews and we asked them how did they feel, and that is an amazing result. And the Choir Federation, Europe Choir Federation, we sent that video to Europe, and it has been awarded as the European Best Video of 2021, and it really is very self-explanatory. You very well said, and you have to act today for future, and you should never procrastinate. It's never late, and our dream is always this. We have certain values, and it's for a world which is more livable, and so we want to extend and spread that miracle, and we want to increase the number of the amateur choirs, and we want the children to sing in the choirs, and while they're singing in the choir, and they can also love the animals and love the nature, and they can grow with those values. Instead of talking about war and fight, we can talk about love, peace, and brotherhood and sisterhood. So I believe this is going to be more enlightening for the future, and we will have better and brighter futures. And I would like to thank everyone who contributed to realization of this program. And I really invite everyone to make their own contribution, because this world is everyone's, this planet is everyone's. And if you don't if you don't contribute even a little bit, it means that you are responsible. So we have to be responsible. Thank you for that. And I would like to thank you and all my colleagues, and also I would like to thank all the members of your choir. And so we will continue again from Boğaziçi Youth Choir, and so we will continue with this video. And okay, you can just stand up and you can just dance. Yeah, we're inviting everyone for dancing, because in such kind of difficult times we need this motivation for volunteerism, and this is such a good example of this. Thank you. Hope to see you again.
Piano, Chandreno, Yarivano, Satum Solu, Sera, Pandia, Sorin, Vivano, Solu, Satum Solu, Suriano, Chandreno, Yarivano, Satum Solu, Sera, Pandia, Sorin, Vivano, Solu, Satum Solu, Try the Yardi, Yono, try the Suzy, try the Yono, Joy the Yardi, Yono, Check the Chat and something, Yono, chum. Hey, Balena, Sale, Tuka, Madura, Kamura, Suka, Tiru, Chika, Tiru, Tanika. Hey, Balena, Otsu, Botanuka, Luka, Amawama, Tamina, America. Kaveriarum, Kai, Kutalare, Siumano, Topoguma. Oh, Tavani, Peng. Chandreno yarivano.
So was I cool while I was dancing? So I was just using my phone for that. Thank you very much, Masis. So now I would like to leave the word to dear İlker. We would like to invite you to the stage for the intergenerational volunteering panel. İlker, we cannot hear you. I think your microphone is off. Well, actually, I was silent, but you were cool while dancing. Well, yes, that's okay. So hello, everyone. I congratulate your World Volunteerism Day. So thank you very much, dear Neil. Charity and goodness are quite important in this geography. These are the most important characteristics of this geography. They are a must-have. We are really devoted to these values. They are a tradition to us. In case of disasters like earthquake and flood and fire, we always focus on charity, and we also focus on charity and doing good to each other in weddings and other social events as well. We always prioritize solidarity. It always has been a part of our culture. However, our solidarity and aiding is actually completely individual and based on the reflex on that moment, and they're based on volunteering. However, now there is a need to turn this volunteering into a part of organization, and there is a need for organized volunteerism, as we know. That's why we have really made the world suffer. That's why we have to create organized volunteerism. Well, it is our tradition, yes, but volunteerism is also our obligation. It's a kind of charity for the future. So I would like to say welcome to the panel titled From Today to Tomorrow, Volunteerism. Dear Nursel Ölmez Ateş, Borusan Holding, HR and Corporate Communication Group President. Nursel Hanım. Hello. Hello. Dear Hülya Denizalp, the founder of Volunteering School and Social Entrepreneur. Miss Hülya, welcome. And İpek Murteza, Child's Volunteering Foundation. Hello, so please turn on your microphones. So as you see, we have 3 flowers and 1 bag in our broadcast, and I would like to extend my respects to you. When it comes to goodness and volunteering, we can say that, especially in this world, volunteering can be an effort to make our world a better place. Well, instead of saying, will I do this? We should learn how to say, I'm the one who will do this, because we are living in such a world. Yes, it's me who will take volunteering actions. What can I do? Well, you can do a lot, because even a small stone creates large waves in the sea. So that's why every step counts. We have our valuable speakers, and I want to ask my questions to them from yesterday to tomorrow. Let's talk about volunteering activities. Hülya, can you please share your personal experiences with us? And can I kindly ask your assessment? Can you please tell us the development of volunteering in civil society environment of Turkey? So the word is yours. Wonderful flowers, actually. I'm the oldest flower here. From yesterday to today and from today to tomorrow. I know why you have chosen me first, but I'm happy to that because I'm experienced. Well, in previous programs, there were special occasions as well, and actually I found an extra day to this day, and let me share this. 5th of December is the World Turkish Coffee Day also, and it is also the day when Turkish women were granted the right to elect and be elected. It's very enjoyable to be a part of this panel. From yesterday to today and tomorrow, in fact, I have personally experienced volunteering. And I want to make this introduction. I will go back to the Ottoman, but of course I was not alive during the Ottoman times. As you said, during the Ottoman times, there was always charity work because it was ruled by religion. And there is always charity and aiding people for devoted people. But when I evaluate the Ottoman cities, actually, together with the enlightenment and the development of urban areas, a movement started in parallel to individual and corporate organizations. And the best two examples today are as follows. The first one is Zeynep Kamil Hospital. Zeynep was a princess, daughter of the Egypt governor, and they got married, Kamil Bey, and they came to Istanbul, and they saw that there was not a healthcare system to respond to the needs of mothers, and that the famous Zeynep Kamil Hospital was established by this couple. And there is another good example, the Darüş Şafaka, the charity for children. Yusuf Ziya established this organization from Galatasaray, inspired from Galatasaray, and this institution, this organization has been continuing to be active since yesterday, since the past actually. And let me talk about my history as well. I was very lucky. I'm very lucky because my mother and my father were the first young generation of Atatürk's time. When my mother was 16 years old, she took active role in volunteering. She was a volunteer teacher in Ayvalık, and my father was a soldier as well, and he was an idealist soldier during the Republican era. And in our family, we always valued volunteering. And when I was in high school, I also learned volunteering. It was a bit late that I noticed this. I started volunteering activities when I was a university student. I graduated from the Department of Interior Design and Industrial Design. However, I have been an important part of civil society activities, and I have grown up with civil society activities. I'm still part of such kinds of activities, and right now I am serving in the Volunteer Work Association. It was established in around the 1980s. I was still a baby back then. They founded this association, and right now we have a volunteer who is 5 years old in Kerbey. Perfect. So we use a lot of help from different people from different ages. I see that learning continues at every age. It's always continuing. For that reason, everyone who wants to volunteer, they can do that at every age, and they can transfer this experience to next generation. This will ensure intergenerational communication and learning. We have this channel nowadays, and I wish politicians also contribute to these voluntary activities as well, because in this society, volunteering work would really be at a better place, in my opinion. And from the 68s and 80s and 2008, we have always continued our activities despite interruptions. We always believed in individualism and also organizations, and we still learn together, and we continue to produce. And hopefully, from now on, we will continue to learn together as well. Thank you. Yes, of course, it will continue, because in 2018, from the 60s, and then there will be 2040s. And we will have this communication through generations. Of course, this learning will never end. Thank you very much. We will continue the conversation in just a while. Nursel, another flower of our panel. Thank you very much. Hello. So when we think about Turkey's civil society organizations, we have focused on the development of volunteerism, and you are from the private sector, and you are responsible for HR and communications in a large corporation. What do you think about the development of volunteerism in the private sector, and what can you say about its current position? Well, first of all, I would like to celebrate everyone's World Volunteering Day. It's great to be here with you on this beautiful day. Well, in fact, we can evaluate this development in two titles, or in two categories. The first thing is that volunteerism has always been present. We had volunteers in the private sector as well, but today we see that volunteering activities are evolving. And I think there are two reasons for this. As it is mentioned, the non-governmental organizations, civil society organizations has facilitated our volunteering activities. There are so many large organizations that we can cooperate with. In addition to that, a social sensitivity has increased in the new generation. I think it's useful to consider these two factors, and I would like to elaborate on these two titles. Please. In fact, we can say that towards the 90s, we had an earthquake in 1999, and for 26 years I have been in the working life actually, and I could also observe how these volunteering activities evolved in our countries. In the 90s, in fact, social organizations and non-governmental organizations had a framework for volunteering, and also in a company, the participation in volunteering activities were limited in the 90s. Of course, the companies could take donations or sponsorships in order to contribute, but employee contribution was quite limited in the 90s. However, still, employees also were engaged in volunteering activities individually as well. I remember certain employees engaged in volunteering activities, and over time, individual works started to grow into teams in the same organization, and then this has led companies to establish volunteering platforms. And today, in many important organizations and companies, there are volunteering platforms. And these are now a part of our life, and especially companies are also taking responsibilities in structuring volunteering activities, and together with that, we see more organized manner of volunteering activities, and these are also executed together with cooperation of civil society organizations, and civil society organizations are continuing their activities more transparently, and this also facilitates cooperation of companies and civil society, and employees are taking voluntary activities in civil society and company platforms. And very briefly, I would like to say that, in fact, there is an important concept, purpose. Now, employees are finding this concept important. We can think about the purpose of a company, profitability or more revenues, but beyond these purposes, if a company has a purpose which is creating value for society, that brand is mostly preferred by employees, and also their products are consumed more, products and services. And together with the new generation's sensitivity, I think this is a driving force on companies. In fact, if the employee's purpose and the company's purpose are overlapping, the new generation employees prefer that company. And in this sense, I also observe that, especially at recent times, they are experiencing natural disasters, and volunteers are now questioning companies. For instance, there is a wildfire, for instance, how can we support them? I think this is a spontaneous driving force, and companies and corporations are leading the way in taking more responsibilities against natural disasters and other nature issues. Yes, both corporate companies and their employees are driving each other in this sense. Well, yes, there is a collective development Actually, there are three pillars: civil society, company, and volunteers. And these are all driving each other. And actually, there are so many world issues. These are defined by the Sustainable Development Goals. In line with these purposes, there are so many civil society organizations working to resolve these issues. And if a company develops cooperation with volunteers in this sense, of course, employees will be more devoted to companies under the roof of these volunteering issues. Well, yes, the world has a lot of issues to solve, but we have hope for the future as well. Now, let's come to the youngest flower among our panelists, İpek. Nursel, we will continue the conversation, but now I would like to leave the word to İpek, because we discussed our traditions and now we will discuss our future together with İpek. Hi, İpek. Hi. Well, first of all, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to speak here. No, thank you very much for giving us space in your world. Thank you. You're so cute. Thank you. So it's a great honor, and I'm very excited to have this conversation with you, and I hope I won't make any mistakes. Welcome again. So you were a child volunteer in Social Me initiative. So how did you start to volunteer? Can you please tell me about this experience? Well, because of the pandemic, I had to give a break to my activities outdoors. So I was looking for an activity that I could do online. And then I saw the announcement by Social Me. I told this to my mom. Mom, there is such an initiative. Can I apply? And I learned that my mom applied on behalf of me. And I'm a child volunteer in Social Me ever since. And together with other children who think like me, it was really great to work together. We had advisors, counselors, and they are guiding us. They are setting us example. We have Ece, who is the founder. I listened to her story, which was very inspiring for me. Perfect. So, how long have you been in Social Me? Well, 6 or 7 months I have been a part of Social Me initiative. And how do you feel about it? I feel so nice, in fact, because I'm doing good without expecting any return. It makes you feel so good. Well, yes, because we have a proverb as well. Do good and throw it into the sea. Well, in this conversation, of course, we have been talking about volunteering from past to today, and it is actually the most exciting part of this panel. It's really exciting to have you, because here is what we try to do. As you said, do good things and good things will happen to you. And we are trying to leave a better world to you and next generations. We have achieved some things and some we have not achieved, but we are not that concerned because we see you. İpek, for instance, we have you because you are a very responsible person. Thank you. So we will continue our conversation with you. Hülya. So, can you please give us information about the benefits of volunteerism to society? Because lifelong learning never ends and sustainability is critical. Coexistence is critical, and democracy is such a thing, right? So there are limits to everyone. We stop at a red light. We pass at green light because we share a geography, a world, a country. So what are the benefits of volunteerism to society? In fact, İlker, when establishing the volunteering school, I want to say that our purpose was benefiting the society, because when I first started university, honestly, I volunteered for myself because I wanted to have personal development, but then I had contributions to me, and I saw that volunteering also contributed to others. And then we continued with trial and error methods. And we said this volunteering activity is beneficial not only to us, but also our surroundings, to other people. And then we have started to raise awareness about climate, environment, or social issues. And we also started to see the reflections of this awareness on society, and we said that now that we are the yesterday done, we should convey our messages to tomorrow, to next generations. We can build a bridge, and then we established a volunteering school because life showed that, or experiences, or what we read, what we experienced, what we saw, showed that volunteering is critical. And we had the opportunity, the chance to get to know Turkey, thanks to volunteering activities. Also, we had the opportunity to get to know the world, thanks to international projects. It was mentioned just a while ago. The word volunteers has a Latin origin, and it comes from logic, but in our society it means heart. Yes, doing something from your heart. So I don't know whether we are a Middle Eastern society, but in our language we have the word gönül. It means heart. That's why volunteerism is something that you do from your heart. And when we see the reflections on society, when we see the reflections on society, we see that when we combine our heart with our mindset, with our intelligence span, we see positive changes in society. We can create positive changes in society. In 1934, women were granted the right to elect and be elected. But today, women are subject to killing. But don't worry, I will turn this into positive discourse. Society needs optimistic people like us in order to overcome problems like gender-based violence. This is both individual and social contribution. There is so much that we can do. This is actually the butterfly effect. And when I just consider myself, I can benefit my child. When my child develops, my child will contribute to his or her friends and other people, and this circle will grow naturally. This will bring momentum as well. And our purpose is actually to facilitate the natural process, and we want to do that with organized works and to accelerate this process with the right guidance. And we would like to see the benefit to society in arts and environment, individual development, raising children, and spouse relations, or any other area that we can think of, because volunteering can contribute in every area in life practically. And I would like to add that today we have smart employers, and they're looking for experiences, yes, but rather than that, they're employing people who have experiences in volunteering, because they know that volunteers develop their skills, their talents, and also themselves overall. Volunteers or people with volunteering experience know the environment or their field of expertise. And Ms. Nursal mentioned just a while ago, the private sector is aware that if you have volunteering work, of course, you will have employees who are working more comfortably and more efficiently. So this is the contribution of volunteerism to our society and the world. Thank you. Thank you very much for your contribution. Well, sometimes there is such a moment that when somebody is moving, you feel yourself obliged to take that move as well. If that person did not move, maybe you wouldn't need to take that move either. So the movement in your society can encourage you to take action as well. Well, yes, movement. You lost connection. I'm back. Apologies. I'm in an hotel in Urla. I am using the meeting room. They helped me, so I am addressing from here. So I think now everyone can hear, right? Yes. Okay, great. So another person is actually and encouraging us to move. So, Ms. Nursel, I would like to come back to you. In corporate world, we have different people from different generations, and people with different backgrounds are working in large corporations. And when we think about volunteering activities, I think it's about sharing the same emotions. And actually, volunteering activities bring different people together. And we can say that volunteerism contributes to corporations and corporate culture. Well, yes, that was a really good introduction, because these are people who have a common purpose. And it's a win-win. In any case, it's a win-win because the society wins and the company wins and the individual wins. It's a win-win model. For that reason, our employees, when we employ as well, we look at their background. We check whether they have any volunteering experience in their CVs as well. If you ask why, because here in this sense, volunteering activities are quite important, because we see that employees with volunteering experience have better skills and talents, because we are in a technological transformation age. We see that there are new sets of skills for the 21st century. When we do a matching of these skills, I see that 21st century skills are saying that there is a need for a global awareness. So this individual must be aware of himself, herself, and the bigger picture. And what kind of issues are there? They should be able to read what's happening around them. And usually volunteers have an awareness about their outer circle, and they're taking initiatives in this field as well. Again, initiative is also one of the basic competencies that we're looking for in the recruitment process. And when taking these initiatives, individuals must think creatively, and they should seek a new solution. So they see a problem and they're developing a solution to that problem. And while doing so, they are not doing it alone. They are cooperating with others, and today civil society organizations or colleagues in that company are contributing to this initiative. In this network and ecosystem, these individuals are developing cooperation. And while doing so, in fact, you see that this individual is taking responsibility in coordination and leadership skills. For that reason, individuals with volunteering experience will be more competent, and they will be a step ahead. And we want to see such colleagues in our corporations. And just like you said, Mr. Ilkar, among these activities, we talk about experience and generation and seniority, but regardless of these functions, very different people are coming together in a company. This means that you can cooperate with an expert and a senior manager in a company. You can experience creating a benefit together. And actually, this means that a closer communication. This also means that we do not want hierarchy in the organization, and by this means we are breaking this hierarchy, and inside the corporation we make sure that the culture is more sincere and less hierarchical. And in the meantime, everyone is learning from each other, and I think this is critical as well, because people with different perspectives and different experiences are coming together, and they are learning from each other thanks to volunteering activities. And we think that the new world can be defined in these learning conditions. It's not like learning in-class experiences. We now experience and put into practice, and volunteering activities are contributing with great opportunities in terms of developing new skills and talents, and this is making sure competency. That is the first issue, and there is another issue. In fact, it's about commitment. Employees with volunteering activity experience are becoming more competent, and they're more loyal to the corporations and other colleagues, because they have the opportunity to have activities which are relevant with their life, and teamwork and commitment are strong with these individuals. We see increased motivation. There is a research about volunteers in the private sector, and the research suggests that if employees in the private sector have volunteering activities, the first area of impact is as follows. My company is warm to volunteering activities, and I can take part in volunteering activities in this research. And here we can deduce that corporations are warm and contributing to volunteering activities, which is motivating their employees, and also this kind of an approach also inspires their colleagues, and this can cause closer relations with employees and employers. And finally, again, as my professor said just a while ago, volunteering activities are quite important because our colleagues feel themselves happier and more useful because they create a value and they're helping a value for a group other than themselves, and that's why they're feeling happy. In some corporations, just like us in Borusan, during working hours, corporations are giving additional time so that employees can take part in volunteering activities. For example, we also allocate 3 days a year for volunteering activities. This is also ensuring the private and working life balance as well. When working, they can also be engaged in activities in line with their life purpose. So this makes sure that employees are happier, more useful as well. And happiness, I think it's very important, especially for employees. Well, yes, because happy employees will be contributing a lot to the corporation and society.
So when you're choosing your profession, you're also choosing your life. So you are defining the other objectives in life. And if you can do it in line with what you do, if it is in line with your profession, then it's really making you feel more peacefulness, reflecting on your performance. Yeah, the solidarity around the objectives and around the goals, it is really bringing a higher value. And I think this is the motivation for creating goals for the society. Yes, IPEC. So what are the benefits to the individual? Personally, what did you observe after you started being a volunteer? Why do you think your peers should be a volunteer? Can you share this information? So what is the benefit of being a volunteer to the person itself? Volunteerism is doing something for others without waiting something in exchange of it. So it's volunteerism. So it's not like if my friends do, I do it too. It's not something like this. But there is a saying. So goodness is contagious. And if someone is doing something nice, and if you do, if a friend of you is doing something nice, you want to do it too. And so it is really enhancing the volunteerism within the society because it really makes you feel, and I want the others to feel good. In order to have a better place in this world, it's all about doing good things. It's about good deeds. And I hope that with the increasing of the more voluntary people, the goodness will also be more in the world. Okay, so as I told you before, it's our really increasing our responsibility because after we have seen you, because in order to take care of you better, we have to be more programmed and planned. So we had lessons learned, but also we felt sort of a relief because if we cannot capable, then we have the next generations who will be working in the same perspective. And our hope is, we have a lot of hope, and I would like to thank all three flowers here. So it is a very valuable panel for me, and I would like to thank you a lot, Hülya, for this panel as well. And we would like to congratulate World Volunteer Day once more time again. And before I close the session, I want to say something. With the private sector, in the private sector, as you also know, maybe it can be a small reminder, the private sector volunteers association, we have such kind of institution, and all the works, all the contributions, everything is gathered under and being awarded under this association, is being recognized under this association. So I would like to follow our institution, and please visit our website so that you can learn our activities related with your companies as well. And İpek, the last word is yours. Thank you. Thank you. And it's great to be here, and thank you for your trust, and to my friends. And thank you for our trust in us, and I hope that we can fulfill your expectations from us. You forget about our expectations. You just focus on your expectations, and they're more important and more valuable than what we wait from you. We trust you a lot, your friends a lot. And I just want to hug you on behalf of everyone. And so I would like to thank our tree flowers here. And before we finalize our panel, let's look at last year, what we have experienced. So we have a short video about the program from the last year, and then we can start with the other panel.
Şöyle başlamak istiyorum. Ben iklim krizi sözcüğünü yaklaşık 6 ya da 7. sınıfta ilk duydum. Fakat
yani kaç
bunu
yaşındaydın?
yani yaklaşık 10-11 falan.
Tamam. Hepimiz 11 yaşında mevzuya uyanamamış olabiliriz ama hepimizin belli dönüm noktaları var. Benim için mesela birazcık fosil yakıtlar üzerinden değil de iklim meselesine giden yol nükleer enerji üzerinden gelmişti.
8 yıl kadar kısa bir süremiz varsa iklim krizini çözmek için ya biz o pozisyonlara geldiğimizde, istediğimiz, hayal ettiğimiz pozisyonlara geldiğimizde ya yaşayacak bir dünyamız olmazsa, temiz bir havamız olmazsa onu önemsememe lüksümüz yok.
Ya tamam ben bir şeyler yapıyorum ama bu yaptığım şeyi acaba kolektif bir şekilde nasıl ilerletebiliriz? Çünkü gönüllülük aslında hem bireyin kazanırken hem de toplumun beraber kazandığı bir fayda halinde devam ediyor.
Hava kirliliği, her türlü çevre kirliliği hepsi birbirine etkiliyor. Ben de bu dönemde oturup düşündüm. Krizler krizleri etkiliyorsa krizleri çözmek için çalışan, gönüllü olan insanlar neden birbirini etkilemesin?
Çok teşekkür ederim Ayça Hanım. Kamu, özel sektör, STK her zaman kol kola olduğunda etkisi çok daha yüksek oluyor.
Kurumsal gönüllülüğün yani gönüllülük çalışmalarının çalışanın hem çalışma hem de yaşam motivasyonunu arttırdığını, aynı zamanda deneyimleyerek ve farklı yetenekleri geliştirdiğini de olanak sağladığını görüyorum.
Bir anda bütün sistemi değiştirmek gibi bir şey olmasına gerek yok. Zaten mümkün de değil. Bunu biz de biliyoruz. O yüzden küçük küçük aksiyonlar alarak ve bu küçük su damlalarını bir araya getirerek ilerlememiz çok daha hem sağlıklı hem de mümkün olacaktır diye düşünüyorum. Ve uzun vadede bizim jenerasyonumuzla beraber de ben güzel bir geleceğin geleceğini ve bizim jenerasyonumuzun bunun için mücadele edeceğini düşünüyorum. Üst jenerasyonlardan da bize destek olmalarını ve bu yolda yani bizim elimizden tutup mümkün olan her şekilde yardımcı olmalarını, en azından yolumuzda durup fosil yakıtlara veya işte o eski artık geride kalması gereken eski alışkanlıklara yatırım yapmamalarını ve bizi dinlemelerini istiyoruz.
Bir ya hep ya hiç tavrından ziyade elimizden gelenin en iyisi tavrı. Ben bunun en önemli fark yaratan şey olacağını düşünüyorum. Çünkü zaten tavrın bu şekilde olması sayesinde gelebilecek bir değişim ancak anlamlı bir değişim olacaktır. Yoksa biz başka türlü bir sonuç alabilecek olsak bile insanlar arası ilişkiler ve iletişim açısından zaten hata yapmış olacağız.
We're live again, and so I feel very happy that you didn't capture me while I was dancing, and thank you for your participation and for your patience. And so our panel is over now, but our panels will continue. So International Voluntary Committee and the German NGO and Active Citizenship and International Volunteerism. Now I would like to leave the floor to Ece Çiftçi. Now the floor is yours. And okay, we thank you a lot. So I will leave the floor to you. Okay, thank you, Ece Çiftçi. Hello, thank you. And I would like to say hi to everyone. First of all, those are the ends of the day, and I would like to congratulate the world Voluntary Day, and we're aware and we're volunteer. We're saying we have that kind of a motto, and we're listening their journeys, and it's a great opportunity to learn from their experiences. And in our final session, we will be talking about the volunteerism in the world, and a German NGO. Dr. Alaskan Claim will be among us, and we are making such kind of a Turkish introduction, but I would like to invite him on the screen, and he will continue his presentation in English language. Bugün Dr. Anskarka Claim'i hoş geldiniz demek istiyorum. Uluslararası gönüllülükten bahsediyor olacağız. Kendisini bekliyorum şu anda. Buradayım. Evet, başlıyorum değil mi? Evet, lütfen. Daha çok gönüllülükten bahsediyor olacağız. Daha geniş bir kapsam.
Shall I start now? Or okay.
You can see me right now. Okay, so today we are going to talk about international volunteering. And Mr. Klein, I would like to talk you more about how we can increase the volunteering rate, what is the new trends and topics about volunteering, and also we would like to talk more about how we can increase the youth participation. But before that, we know that there's a big parallelization between the volunteering and active citizenship, let me say. So according to you and your perspective, what is active citizenship and what is the dialogue between the volunteering when we look at the volunteering rates all around the world? Please.
Yes, thank you. Hello to all of you. Okay, my organization is a multi-sectoral network for the questions of politics of engagement and politics of democracy. And we have also the problem that sometimes volunteering is the one part and activism, political participation is the other part. And we say every time, hey, this belongs together. You have to think it as a unit of corresponding parts. For example, if you engage, and we have heard a lot of it in the earlier sessions, and the experience is every time, if it's a good engagement, that the engaged people have experience to change something. To change, this is also the scientific view of engagement in Germany, to see engagement is changing things. A little change is also change. And so a little engagement is a little change. And so for the individuum, this is the connection to be powerful, to have effect. In German, Selbstwirksamkeit. You see, your engagement makes a difference. It is the society is the other society after your engagement or because you are engaged. And this is very important to learn something good from engagement. We have also experiences when engagement not is good, if it's not good organized, is instrumental behavior of organizations who think that engagement is a not paid work and not own sense activity to make a difference. And so we have every time, we have a big engagement of the companies also. They are members of our network also. And they have, we have a very good experiences with companies to make stronger the engagement of the employees. The employees, they are also citizens. And so to have a bridge between citizens and employees is very important for the self-understanding for companies, you have said it, and is also very good for the employees because they are also active citizens to change the society in a little way. So, okay. the connection between engagement as a volunteerism and political participation is complicated. It's not the same, and not every engagement has consequences for political participation. But our experience is that if people are engaged and they have to have some changes in the constitution of a problem, the so-called frame of a problem, you have political change in law to make it better, then you have motifs, good reasons to be politically participated. The argument is, who is changing the world in a little bit by engagement will learn a lot about the necessities to change the society in a political way, in a democratic way. This is a good connection. We have also, I have to say, we have also not only in Germany, our civil society areas to be practice, to make praxis, to be active. They are also the areas of people who are not our friends, but they use our rooms, the publicity and so on. We have the right wing and the violence-orientated actors in our own areas. And we have to handle it. We have to say, no, here we have tolerance, we have non-violence, we have arguments, but not violence. And this is very important as a big fight in the next years also for civil society actors to make good areas of own power without the uncivil actors with their consequences for their own areas. This is very, very complex. This is not easy to do it. We have some programs of the state to make better the engagement of civil society against uncivil actors in their own arenas. So we need such programs of the state, and the most important room for engagement is the local area, the social room, the social area where people without high education can also participate, because in Germany the scientific experience is people with a higher education level are much more engaged as people with a lower engagement rate, with a lower education rate. And so this is, in the moment, in the German debate, the most selective factor: education. And so it is very, very important to have a big debate about the role of kindergarten, of high schools, of universities for the engagement. And we have the experience that if a town, a community, a town, if a town has universities, the milieus to be engaged are stronger. We have also the necessity that the people, they learn a lot by being engaged. We have heard about it. And to be able to change something in the society is a very good experience, but it must be in a partnership way, be assisted by the political education, because we are all learning by engagement, and the rules of being good engaged are not trivial. They are the civic space rules. We need to have the publicity to say what we mean, to say what we find problematic, to say what we would do better if we can. And the politic must be open for this experiences and for this for the hope of the civil society to change and make the society better. Sometimes, and now is the problematic part of my input, we have in over 90 countries of the world, we have the so-called shrinking civil or civic space. And this means that the conditions for a good, active and strong civil society are in danger. And we have this in over 90 countries, also in the European Union. This is, and also in Germany, we have parts of this development. As an example, the so-called law of Gemeinnützigkeit. It's for the taxation important. If you are gemeinnützig, your praxis is for good for all, then you can have privileges in taxation, and you can use all your money only for your aims and not for the tax paying. This is a very important thing. We have had a debate in Germany in the last months about the question how political may civil society actors who are gemeinnützig may be. And we say, of course, they have to be political, because if I am a social NGO and I see social injustice, I have to tell it to show this must be changed. And so is in the climate theme, is in all the themes the same. And so we need a civic space, critical publicity, the right for association, the so-called positive freedoms that are very important for the self-organization of civil society organizations. And let me tell something for the input at the end. I could tell much more, but we have not so much time, and my English is not so good. One last sentence. Our network is a deliberative platform to bring together the actors from the state, the land, the towns, with the actors of civil society, the actors of economy, and medias and scientific actors. So we have together a deliberation, and at the end we have common purpose and aims which we communicate with the politics. So we hope that the politic has is open-minded for this, and we have in our parliament an own institution to hear us, and we want that this institution will be stronger in the next years.
So thank you for your detailed and very, brief answer. And while you are talking, I took some notes, and I would like to, from these notes, I would like to talk you more about and ask you more about. You said that Ece, the volunteering is like part of a engagement, and with this engagement, we need to think about what I understood is about. First thing is teamwork. So we can't think volunteering and civil society without partners, without engagement, and without others. So from this, you also underlined that the education is very important. So what I would like to ask you is, when we look at the volunteering rate, especially in the Europe and the developed countries and developing countries, we are seeing that in the developing countries, volunteering rates are very low. And when we look at the developed countries, we can take the Europe as an example. So we are seeing that the volunteering rate is very high. So when we look at the details, because volunteering is in the part of education, in the part of students and citizens' life. So from this point of view, I would like to ask you, what do you think and how do you think volunteerism contributes to the country's social and their economy? So how we can increase the volunteering rate, the sub-question, but the main question what I would like to talk to you about is how we can contribute the country's economies by means of maybe volunteering. So we would like to listen you from more about under the education and under the engagement process, how we can guide these developing countries to increase their volunteering rate.
This is a big question, indeed. Okay, what the first experience we have in the international relationship that you have to say this, countries with a good economy and a good social state are very good as a context for engagement. As example, the Scandinavian states in the EU, they have in a traditional way, very strong numbers of volunteers, because they have, and this is an important factor, they have a good education and they have also a good social security, so that the poor people can also be engaged. This is very close connected with the question of education and the standard you have in the system of education, because a low education, low engagement. This is the result of the scientific empiry of German volunteerism. Education is a central separation factor between high engaged to be high engaged or to be low engaged. So it must be as a consequence that we have a better look to engagement as a place to learn. In engagement, we learn not with the certificates as school or high school. We called it informal and non-formal kinds of learning. Learning by doing, learning with consequences if you do it wrong. This is a very intensive kind of learning. If you make a mistake in engagement, it's not the same as if you make a mistake in the schoolroom, in the political education. You have consequences and you see them. So this is a very intense kind of learning by informal, non-formal engagement learning. So this is very, very important. And this is the future of political education also, that we bring together political learning and the communal landscape of education. These are not only the schools and high schools. These are also the organizations of civil society with their practice fields. These are learning rooms also. And we have in Germany the example, the big associations of civil societies, they have since a long time only education center for their members. To train them in the questions of nature and climate change or social work. They have, and also to handle engaged people in their own organization as engaged people, not as employees. This is very important. And we have also in Germany very strong trade unions. The trade unions are members of our network. Also, I have close contacts to them. And they are very, very nervous if they see that engagement could be a reason to have less work, because engagement is not so much money. You don't have to pay so much. This is a mistake to think so, but a lot of people think so. And so we have every time the debate, so-called Monetarisierung of engagement. You give money and you get engagement back. This is not the way. Sometimes it's good to have some money to compensate the costs engaged people have. Also, it's good to have education and for the engagement and so on. But it is very important to have a difference between the working place work and the engagement. And this is a big debate we have. And a last example, very, very, very interesting for the future, because we have debate about climate change and to stop it. And we see that to stop the climate change needs some so-called co-productions between government, economy, and civil society. Co-production. Co-production means we have it in Germany in the social sector, very, very strong. So-called Wohlfahrtsverbände, very big organizations, very big and very close to the state since a lot of time. They have so-called corporatistic actors in the political science. And they have special connections to the state and they have special functions for the state. But we need to have a common debate between the big corporatist actors in the civil society and the other one. And the co-production in climate will be very interesting to have decentral, circular economic ways to produce. You have the consumers and their critical understanding what is good to buy and to make it stronger and what should not be bought, etc. This is also a very important aspect and so on. And we make in the moment as BBE a project with a big foundation in Germany, Mercator Foundation. The common aim is to make the stop of climate not only a question for the organizations in the field of nature, also in the field of cities and development of cities, of mobilization, of scientific development, as so on. So we have a question for a lot of sectors and working fields, and we need to bring them together. And this is a very hard duty for the civil society networks to network this difference. This is very, very simple to say it and not so simple to do it, but it must be done. And so this is the input. Okay.
So again, thank you for your detailed answers. And while you're talking, I'm trying to, take some notes to highlight the main points. But what I heard from you is that we need to make all for the citizens to equal experiences for the volunteering. And equal experiences, what you mean is exactly educate them by means of the, especially the guide them to experience it. Because volunteering is not just to, listen and learn from the school. We need to, in the field, we need to experience, we need to dialogue, and we need to take personal notes for our community. So from this, I know that in the Europe, especially, there's a lot of methods about teaching the volunteering. One of them is service learning methodology, which makes the IB system and the other experience learning platforms, let me say. So from this actually question, I would like to go through on my third and again very detailed and deep question. So when we turn back to the Europe, so we know that right now European Commission is talking about future of Europe, and under this future of Europe there's a big debate about social inclusion and youth participation. When we look at the volunteering rates, especially in the Europe side, we can see that volunteers are from the elderly people. So what we are trying to do is increase the volunteering rate in the youth population, let me say. So that's why the future of Europe is the best, and the next years we are going to see its outputs, but the headline of all these aims. So when we turn back to this future of Europe and EU Commission, and EU Commission is always highlights about the volunteering and youth participation, I would like to ask you that how we can increase young people interest about volunteering, what we should do under the again future of Europe politics, how we can encourage young people about volunteering. And I would like to add one more. While trying to increase the youth participation, what are the responsibilities of individuals? Because you said that, Ece, it's the engagement, it's a teamwork process. So what is the responsibilities of individuals, NGOs, and policymakers by increasing the youth participation for both citizenship and both for the volunteering side? And please.
Okay, yes, thank you for the interesting question. How can we address young people?
Yeah.
We address they, of course, in the family at first. We know that it make a difference if the family is engaged or not engaged, because the children of engaged parents will be engaged very, very, very soon. And if the parents are not engaged for the kids, it's not so easy. It's a longer way. So this is one. The second is the school, kindergarten, school, as the formal institutions of learning. They must be open for the learning by engagement, and they must connect it. So we have to open the formal education institutions for the ways of informal and non-formal learning. We called it in Germany a little bit poetical, communal education landscapes. Yeah, this is a landscape with very different formations, but they have together a landscape with a result of learning. And you can make better by synergies, by networking, by arguments and dialogues together to have good effects of learning. This is a big question in the towns, in the regions. and so on in the schooling systems, and in the education of the people who are working in the infrastructures of civil society, to know it good, to handle it, and so on. We see in Germany, in the moment, a little German example. We have a new government in the nation, the so-called Ampel coalition, red, green, yellow, should be start in a few days. It's very short before, and we hope that they will change some things. We heard now, today I heard, that we don't get own parliament section for our themes. We have hoped it, but it seems not to happen now. It's very sad for us. But we have another point that's very important. In Germany, it's so-called Demokratiefördergesetz. This is a law who would be allowed the federal government to support local initiatives. And structures, because we have the experience that nation programs for founding engagement against anti-democratic actors, for example, they exist over 10 years, and they found a lot of the same organizations all the time, because they are not projects, they are structures. And this difference is very important for the strategy of founding, also for the public founding. If you have structures, you need to have a very good, stable, and for the future, stable kind of supporting, financial supporting. If you have this, you can develop the organization structures in the ways you have discussed in the sessions before, because the civil society organizations must change a lot of things. You have debated about Klima, also about digitalization. This is a big theme for the civil society, and we have had in Germany 2 years now, a national forum, digitalization and engagement. And the results will be now in the end of production. So we can send it to you. This is the result of argumentation of a lot of actors, civil society, state, economy, and so on. And now we have an agenda for supporting the process of digitalization of civil society organizations, because this is not a self-runner. You have to have resources and competences for this, and the little organizations they often don't have. And so you need infrastructures which give this competences to the organizations. This are big themes for the future, and we need political answers for this.
So again, thank you for your detailed answers. And I took 3 main topics as a keynote. The first one is you said that agile volunteering starts in the family. So school is the last stop maybe. So we can teach students and children volunteering in the family with the parents. So the second thing you said is governments need to support local institutions, local NGOs, because as we know that social impact starts from the locals. So that's why government support is one of the, not just for the funding part, especially for the capacity building part, government support is, we can't think civil society without government dialogue, without corporate companies dialogue. And the third thing is, which also gives us a clue about the future of this volunteering, you said that digital engagement. So with the digitalization, so we had a chance to engage and more all around the world, and we had a chance to out loud our voices, let me say. And when I summarize all of these 3 bullets, also I would like to ask you that, can we name as like it's going to be like a sharing economy, right? Can we name it like this? What do you think about this sharing, engagement, and all this going to come together, and maybe it's going to maybe create a new economy, maybe let me rename as a sharing economy. I just wondering your ideas. Just pop up right now, and I would like to ask you as a last question.
Okay, very interesting indeed. I have told that companies are members of our national network. We have at the beginning the bigger the DAX concern, the big companies like Ford, like VW, BP, and others. And now we have a big association of the middle-sized economy, because this middle-sized economy is the most part of economy in Germany, also 80%, and they are everywhere in a small town, also as in a big urban city. So this middle-sized economy is strategic, the most important partner, and we have the experience that this economy actors they have interests to have qualified personnel. You said it. This engagement has as one consequence social competences, and social competences are very important for business also. So this is, but much more in it. I can't tell it now. But you have the companies know that their employees are active citizens a lot of them, and this is very good for the company when their employees are engaged in the city. This is international. This is a debate about corporate citizenship. The company as a good citizen. We have also the debate about corporate volunteering. This is the theme you have had the most time. The systematic way to develop and support the engagement of their own employees by company, and they have a lot of experiences there. And this 3 days, paid 3 days for engagement, as an example, education programs, and so on. And we have very special engagements like the Freiwillige Feuerwehr. I heard in the fire solving organizations in Turkey are not so very famous. In Germany, we have very famous Feuerwehr, very important organizations, a lot of engagement also there. And if a house is burning, they are coming. And the fire is over afterwards. So this is a very strong security experience about engagement. And you have talked about catastrophe consequences and engagement. We have had it in Germany the last year also. The water catastrophes near the Rhine, Mosel, Ahr, and so on, very, very catastrophic developments. And we have had, like in catastrophes before, a big number of engaged people, very big number. This is very good. And we have a debate between the helping organizations and the infrastructures of engagement to make a better understanding of both paths in the cooperation for the future. This is very important, that the experiences of engagement in the case of catastrophe will be studied for the future catastrophes to make it better. We have it also, and we have had debates with the big organizations we have in Germany for cases of catastrophe, Deutsches Rotes Kreuz, Technisches Hilfswerk, and so on. The big organizations where are a lot of engaged people also, Freiwillige Feuerwehr. So this is, of course, a theme. And now to your question, sharing economy. I think the theme Klima and stop of climate change. This is like the social area, a field where the co-production, a sharing economy will be in the place in the future. This is not a self-runner. This is very, very difficult to organize it in a good way. We have a special case of companies in Germany. I don't know whether you have it in Turkey. This is the so-called kommunale Unternehmen. These are companies which are for water or energy and so on, organizations in the ownership of the city. Yes. So if they have profit, you can reinvest it in the city. And if you have such kind of companies who don't have private profit and reinvest the profit in the public infrastructure engagement can very good cooperating in a very close way, then we have the chance to be in an economic way sharing economy. This is what we call in Germany co-production. Yeah? Co-production is much more as we engaged in co-production. We are together working and engaging for a stop of the climate change, for example. And to do that, we have a lot of development duties. Mobility, development of cities, architecture, agriculture, you have talked about it, and so on, education, of course. And so a lot of fields are common, they are necessary to solve the stop of climate change. And to organize this can be, in the consequence, has the consequence of sharing economy, indeed. Because we have a growing sector of economy who is positive in the view of stop climatic change. If you have the energy production of wind, water, light, sunlight, you need companies who produce the instruments for that. But this would be very nice for the towns that the profit of these companies come into the towns and not in private portemonnaies. So this is not trouble. This question is very important strategic, in a strategic way, to have good sharing economy conditions. One condition, so I close, for sharing economy is the reinvestment of the profit in the community and the infrastructures of public hand. If you do that, you have the best conditions for co-production in a very close way between economy, state and civil society.
So again, thank you for your answers. So what I took as a note is one of them is I think the sharing economy is going to be like today what we are talking about. In the future, yes, we are going to talk more about sharing economy, but today we are talking about social impact and social impact investment, which take us to the next level, which is sharing economy. So when I check my time, while we are talking, so it was a great to meet with you from here and talk to you about the international volunteering and under the engagement politics side and also education side and for the future side. So I would like to thank you for your answers and for your participation. It's a great speech and great answers, so thank you for that. And also I would like to invite Ms. Memishoğlu to the scene, and she is going to continue about her part, I think. So.
Konuşayım mı?
Hoş geldiniz.
Merhaba, çok teşekkür ederim. Hoş bulduk.
Biz çok teşekkür ederiz.
Bu
Çok iyi.
öğretici sohbeti de yönettiğiniz için Ulusal Gönüllü Komitesi adına orada yer aldığınız için çok teşekkür ediyorum.
Volunteering Committee, thank you very much on behalf of BVB. Thank you for being with us. Thank you. So, I would like to invite Tila Moller, Turkish-German exchange leader. Beni duyabiliyor musunuz? Evet, çok teşekkürler. Şimdi duyabiliyoruz. Çok teşekkürler.
This invitation, and I'm really pleased to be participating to this International Volunteering Day. And yeah, I mean, it's been, I think, an amazing experience. I mean, we've been funding, or we've been cooperating this already last year. And last year, I was really hoping that that we could organize a face-to-face event on site. And but I think I'm afraid we have to probably postpone it to next year, and hopefully we can we can have a big conference next year on the occasion of the International Volunteering Day, and we can see each other and also maybe talk to each other in person. But I'm very happy that it takes place this time also online. And I'm super impressed, I have to say, by everyone, by all the contributions that we were listening today. And I'm especially impressed by the enthusiasm, especially by all these young activists working on education with youngsters, working on climate change, on the environment. I mean, I think these are all incredibly relevant fields at the moment where you have a lot of enthusiastic engagement by young people. But obviously this whole engagement needs to have is ideally embedded in some kind of ecosystem, in a system where you have different stakeholders, actors cooperating together to make the civil society and to make personal engagement and volunteerism sort of flourish within a society and bring about its best. And this is also what we have been working on. I mean, for example, this intersectoral dialogue, we've been cooperating with the International Volunteering Committee, with UNV, but also with the Ministry of Youth and Sports. And I've just, having just seen Ansgar Klein from BBE in Germany, he was also invited during an intersectoral dialogue that we organized together with the Turkish government to provide for like a platform of interaction. And to this intersectoral dialogue, there was were a number of stakeholders from municipalities, from the government, from civil society, from the International Volunteers Committee, to have some kind of a platform for communication, for coordination, and for exchange, which I think is incredibly important. The other issue I think that really needs also that contributes to a flourishing civil society and volunteering environment is the legal framework, and and this is something also where GIZ is closely cooperating with the Turkish government, especially with the Ministry of Interior and the Ministry of Youth and Sports. And we have produced a study last year on volunteerism that we have shared also with the government. The study was produced by Asuam Göksel, Professor Göksel. She's a professor at METU, and I think the study reflects on the legal framework of volunteerism and good conditions in which volunteerism can really flourish. So I've been very much enjoying today's conference, and I really liked it. It's been perfect.
Likewise, totally. I mean, I can say that definitely I think we met our target this year. We heard really strong messages from the participants, as well as the messages I received privately from the audience. So we also have, I want to share that we have listeners from the public sphere, from the state. So I can say that our messages also reach to every, angles of the society, which is great. And as Ansgar Klein mentioned a few times, the engagement concept is, I think we reached there. We had a very valuable engagement today. And listening the network's big role, Tilo. I had the privilege to visit the BBE platform in Berlin, the network, and had a chance to meet with Klein in person. It proved it once again that I think we need a stronger national volunteering committee in Turkey. We are proud to have such a platform, and this is another example of BBE. We don't have much chance to hear Ansgar Klein's views on national volunteering committee and how can we, as you said, the word flourish. NYC in Turkey, but definitely we have a very strong community, very important, valuable network now, a chain in Turkey, the National Volunteering Committee, and thanks to GIZ for also, for the generous support, and as well as not only for this event IVD, but also providing a consultant for the National Volunteering Committee, Onur Soysal. I want to thank him here now in front of everyone. He's, not just a consultant, he's a facilitator, accelerator, So we are so happy also for his support. And National Volunteering Committee definitely is going to continue forever and hopefully maybe become a good example of BBE in Turkey. And I'm hoping to have joint events with BBE and NYC in Turkey lively, starting from next year. I totally follow your wish. So thanks again. But maybe I took your time now, so I must stop here. And can we hear maybe Tilo a bit more about the GIZ, because you mentioned the relations with the government, projects, collaborations. Maybe just specific example can be education, can be the role of volunteerism in social cohesion, in response to migration and refugees, or I leave it up to you because you already.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Neil. And yeah, I mean, we had this little input this morning by our country director, Rubina Ismail, who was reflecting also on our work in general as GIZ, and we have these two main project clusters in GIZ. One is actually working on climate change and environment, which is now that Turkey has also now ratified the Paris Climate Agreement. I think now there's also additional funding, and I think these are incredibly relevant projects, and therefore I've been listening also especially to Atlas's contribution or work and his activism for climate change, and it would be great to meet up and to introduce Atlas to some of the colleagues that are working. But of course the main work that we are doing in Turkey is on refugees. It's on integrating Syrian refugees in host communities in Turkey, and we have a number of projects, and one of them is on education, on early childhood education, and we've just heard how important education is to activate people and to make people to enable people to engage in society, and that is something that we are putting a lot of funds into, a lot of work into, to activate young children and to create also learning environments. We are working with teachers, for example, in Turkey, who spend their free time to do voluntary work for children, that they can better learn Turkish, that they are more integrated in sort of sports activities or in artistic activities, etc. So early childhood education is a real key project for us. But we also have other projects where we are engaging, especially Syrian refugees, because I mean, for a long time, refugees have in a way been stigmatized that they are recipients of services and that they are recipients of volunteers' work. But I think it's now time, and it is happening already, that also Syrian refugees or also migrants also are contributing to society. And I think volunteerism is a great way of engaging people, of enabling people, of creating these safe spaces that are necessary for engagement and also for interaction. And then when you have these, I mean, for example, we were funding a small project in Istanbul on earthquake prevention, where we had quite a big number of Syrians who were who were trained on how to react on earthquakes and to save people and to rescue people, and that really brought people together. So it's these sort of concrete occasions where you have an opportunity where you create interfaces between people. I mean, and we also heard the example of Ansgar Klein about the voluntary firefighters, which is another example where where there's a common interest for a lot of people to engage with each other, irrespectively their origin, whether they are Syrians or whether they are refugees, migrants, or from host communities. And the same I think is also true for sports. I mean, or sports clubs for children, for youth, where you create these kind of interfaces where people can engage with each other. And I think this is really where volunteerism has a great opportunity to create spaces, the necessary interfaces to connect people and to contribute to better social cohesion
Yes.
within a society.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Tilo. Well, we can take it longer for hours and hours, but I think we have other years, many other joint projects to do together. So looking forward to that. And in order to make it less tiring for Ercüment Bey, he is here doing it alone. So once again, thanks to him. I would like to say goodbye to you, Tilo, until the next time we meet. And I would like to now invite the National Volunteering Committee Secretariat to make the closing remarks. Thank you again.
Thank you.
So we close now. Is this the end?
Konuşmaları. Teşekkürler. Hello, Neil. So I will now have the floor, and I would like to thank all the moderators, and I would like to thank you for the moderation and for all the interviews, for all the panels. And so it's a huge event that we organize together. So we're always waiting for this day with the excitement. So this is such an exciting day for the National Volunteering Committee. And so I just want to wrap it up about the summary of the day before I leave the floor to my colleagues. First of all, the volunteerism in universities. And we had a session. The next lesson is volunteerism. This is the name of the panel. And so as an elective, as a compulsory lesson, to consider it inside the curriculum of universities and the schools and the possible contributions of that to the civil society. And then we are also here for the disaster. So we talked about disasters and volunteerism. And we learned about new concepts. And the volunteerism on the disasters were a part of our lives, but right now we have eco-anxiety and the climate migrants, and we have new terminologies within that area. So we learned about these new concepts, and also from yesterday to tomorrow, the volunteerism session was also very valuable because we talked about the reflection on volunteerism on the individual society and on the private sector, the generations, the societies, how they're engaged one another, and they're changing the society, and they're changing the institutions and the culture, and we learned about the engagement and the change. And finally, we talked about the international volunteerism. And so Germany, we were together with BB from Germany, and they have very nice titles about how to define volunteerism, mobilization, education, and the co-working and networks, co-creating. And so those were the most important titles, and it was such a beneficial day for all of us. And we were very lucky to introduce our volunteers as well, together with Sanjar Mathis. And so we could shine the volunteers as well. We had some technical problems. It's delayed, so we have delayed the program a little bit, but we are all aware that we're very energetic, and we are very thankful to everyone for being volunteers, and we congratulate your world volunteers. And I would like to leave the floor to Burak, because as Secretary of NVC, we really pay a lot of attention to this issue. We have a very strong secretary, and we believe that everyone should do the closing marks. And I'd like to give the floor to Burak and then to Siba. Thank you, Sinem, for your nice words. And without delay, I just want to say goodbye to you. We are at the end of the day. We would like to thank you a lot, and I really congratulate your voluntary days. And we hope to see you again next year. Stay with us. And along with that, I can say that our work will continue in National Volunteering Committee. Our cooperation will increase will more because we follow everything very closely, and we are following the trends, and we are integrating everything, and we are improving ourselves all the time, and also please this week and next week, inside that next week, and please follow our events and our actions. And we have some workshops as the members of the National Volunteering Committee, and about volunteerism we will be giving some information meetings, and you can participate in some workshops and informative meetings. And so we'll be sharing all those experiences to you through our website from the National Volunteering Committee. And please participate them, follow us. And thank you a lot for being here, for staying with us. Thank you. Now I'll leave the floor to Subha. Thank you. And as you have all mentioned, such was a quite long day, but it was full of volunteerism, and it was about volunteerism. And so we have new information in our banks for the next year. And so I just want to thank all the technical teams, the community, the studio, and with this cooperation, all the members of the National Volunteering Committee, and most importantly, as Dilan also mentioned, we would like to thank, as of from the beginning, for 4.5 hours, Ercüment Tanrıverdi is doing the sign interpretation as of the beginning of this meeting, and I believe that is the most tiring process for him. And I want to thank him for his efforts and for this awareness, and for the fact that we are much more reachable. And also thank you for your efforts, Mr. Ercüment. It's such a nice thing, because the International Voluntary Committee, this is all about solidarity and cooperation, and by doing so we can come to better positions, and we can increase the social benefit within the society. And we are very thankful to National Volunteering Committee, and I'm very thankful that we have such nice people within that committee. I would like to thank again all the members, all UNV, and for their support. And also, Neil, I would like to thank you for your support. And also, we want to also thank Mr. Massis for sending hearts all the time to our volunteers. And it's great that he's still with us, and he's really giving a lot of energy. And I would like to thank everyone for us. And for 4.5 hours, everyone is following us very closely. We would like to thank them. And GIZ, of course, we want to thank them as well, too. As also Neil mentioned in the previous session, without them, it is impossible that we can have such kind of a valuable day. So thank you for this. Neil. So we come to the end of the day, and so you said everything. Only one thing. So there are a lot of names, but we can say that Ercüment, we reach İsmail Küçükkaya by means of İsmail Küçük. We reach to Mr. Ercüment, and we would like to thank him. And with GIZ, together with GIZ, we will continue our journey. And I really thank you. I'm very happy that National Volunteering Committee exists. Have a good day. Bye.